All right. Are we live? Everybody's here, so yes. Stream preview is just not loading for some reason though. What is that? Why aren't you loading? Okay. It is just not working. Okay, let me refresh this thing. It doesn't allow me to refresh for some reason. Just the video. So I have to refresh the whole page, which is kind of silly because I want to keep the chat in and everything. Cool. Oh, also now it won't allow me to run the ads early. That's just great. If I refresh again? There you go. Get him, Tiger. Run those ads if you please. Thank you. There you go. All right. Let me mute this before I forget. Everything is already set up. We're good to go. Yeah. We are doing okay. Just need to get this stuff going. Yeah. I'll just wait for the ads to finish and then then we can actually start doing things. You know, as one does. Alrighty. Okay, 2 minutes to go. This filled up. Yeah, we're good to go. We are pretty good to go. Alrighty. Ads are completed. Sorry, I was just tapping over here. Okay. We good. Right, ads are over. Let me just post. 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 And, oh, I forgot to do a little thing here. Give me a second. Post. There we go. I really need to, I need to change my, my Discord tag for the stream notifications. I put a space on it and I'm regretting every single day. I regret it. I'm gonna take off the space for a bit. I don't care. Okay, everything's good. Everything's muted. Just double check. I like double checking because, you know, sometimes these things don't go as expected. Let's put it that way. Okay. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good to go. Yeah. All right. I'm going to test this out a little bit. I have thought about doing the resource piles. I think that's the only thing I'm going to do today because I have a bunch of resources and, you know, I want to test this stuff out. But yeah, we'll see exactly how I go about it. I want to do some variations on it so that it's not as static. I want to make a pile when it's just, you know, I don't know, kind of like in Pharaoh, right? When you put stuff in the warehouse, sometimes it's, I don't know, 100 wood and there's a graphic for it. 200 wood, there's a different graphic for that, you know, kind of that stuff. Hiya, Pan George, welcome. So in Godot, you use some tile maps? Yeah, most of the stuff that you're seeing right now, except the characters maybe, it's all tile maps. Yes. The whole game runs on tile maps. Yes. I can actually... Give me a second. Well, except the UI too. Yeah. So, with the exception of the UI, most of the stuff is just... and the characters, it's mostly tile maps. I can show you. Yeah, here we go. Let me just change the view here. Hi, Dex. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. So over here, you can see this is the current scene tree for the game, right? You can see this is the main object that I'm using right now, and you can see there's a bunch of tile maps for pretty much the whole. Because the game has a bunch of levels, right? And I use a bunch of tile maps to do that because I do level changes. It's not very visible here, but I can go up or down and the buildings get kind of cut off in a way, right? That's why I use the tile maps for, is just to build up on these levels and to make it, you know, a bit more interesting. So I toggle them on or off based on which level I'm at. What is going on with you? Oh, I need to fix that. What? They must have done something wrong here. All right, I'll fix that in a bit. But yeah, that's basically it. I'm using a bunch of tile maps, and you can see right here, you know, these are all the tile maps that I'm using to make that, and these are the characters. They don't have names, but these are supposed to be the character controllers. That's why you're seeing, you know, the characters going around and stuff. That's why. All these characters that you're seeing, you know, acting over here, they're basically these nodes right here. So there's tile maps and there's characters. And then there's the UI, which is over here. It's tucked in its own little, I mean, little as in huge. It's a huge node. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I guess it's built into Godot. Yeah, tile maps are built into Godot. Yes. Anastasia's, welcome. Are you using GDScript or C++? I'm using C#. Any reason for your preference? I assume if you're using C++, it's because of earlier experience. Yeah, I'm using C# basically because this game initially was built into Unity, and eventually I moved over to Godot, but I kept everything. So I ported the game from Unity to Godot, and I've been working with C# for a long time. And I decided to, you know, instead of just reinventing the wheel, I have a bunch of libraries, right? That I use, a bunch of code that I reuse between projects. I didn't want to lose all of it or want to convert it. Plus, I like C#, right? So I decided to just keep on using Godot with C#. Yeah. So yeah, you're right on the money. It is because of earlier experience, but also because, you know, there's a bunch of work that I didn't want to just throw away. C# and not C++. No, yeah, I got it. No worries. Yeah, that's basically it. No problem. Happy Friday. IAE, welcome. I hope you're doing good. Hello. Main character. Yes, Note 270 at 2D. How are you today? Yeah, I need to change their names eventually. It's just the first one, the Godot does this when you make a bunch of copies of a node and they all have the same name. It usually just starts giving them these names. That's why I need to start renaming them. You can kind of I can kind of hint at where they are by doing this. See, you know, some of them, if I click on them, I can see where they're at. You'll see the little thingy right here, the little indicator. But yeah, it's just I need to change their names eventually, but it's not that big of a problem as of yet. There is not that many characters. When I start having, I don't know, upwards of 50 characters, then maybe I'll start thinking about that sort of stuff, because then finding someone in the scene tree is going to be a problem, let's just say. Thanks. No problem. Hiya, Flair. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. Hello. How are things? How is everything? I hope everything is good. I'm gonna... Okay. I said I was gonna do art, but I need to fix this. This is kind of annoying me. Okay, give me a second. What is going on with you? You. Uh-huh. Ah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, I assumed it was something like that. It's this one? Am I not using this one already? I am. Wait, I must have mixed something up here. Am I doing this correctly? Okay, give me a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. I must have done something bad here. Okay. Are these correct? 6. Oh, it must. The 7th is wrong. Okay. That's why. Okay. Never mind. There we go. Now it should be good. Okay. Now it shouldn't be doing that anymore. Okay. Good. I saw that flicker too. If that's what you mean. Yeah. I just didn't set things up correctly. That's fine. It's an easy fix. Despite everything, it's an easy fix, so it's fine. There you go. It's all good. It was me being a little silly. That's the thing. A lot of people have told me that. Even Reef, he's another regular over here. He's mentioned that a bit. I really need to create tools, because some of the problems that I have, these kind of problems are basically because I am doing this all by hand instead of automatically. So, you know, it's going to introduce some errors here and there. I need to create a tool. Once I establish exactly the kind of workflow that I want to do, you know, from pixel art to the game itself, I am going to start creating some tools to help me out and keep this kind of stuff consistent. Otherwise, it's a veritable mess. So we don't want that. Yeah. Do you have any experience with shaders in your game? I don't have a lot of experience with shaders. I have done a few. Very basic ones. The nighttime overlay that you see. Let me just speed up time a little bit here. The nighttime that you're seeing right now, that thing, that's a shader. It's actually overlaying color on top of everything. Yeah, but I haven't done a lot of very complicated shaders or anything. It's very simple stuff, right? I do want to add, or I want to make more intricate shaders down the line. I have a bunch of ideas and a bunch of necessities that I need to do, right? One of the things that I want to do with shaders is shadows, because right now some characters have shadows under them when they're working. For example, when you see people using the animation for woodcutting, you do see a little bit of a shadow underneath, but that was me putting that there by hand. See, kind of stuff like this, right? This is all done by hand. I want to do this with a shader because I want to make this so that the shadows are using the color that's underneath instead of using just a simple color, right? I want that to kind of color pick from what's underneath and do a little bit of palette shifting. I want it to be darker, but I want it to stay within the palette, right? It's stuff like that. But I haven't done anything of that nature just yet. It's just a thing. So yeah. Also, the shadows on trees as well. I want to do all of that using a shader. I actually do have, let me just move this over here. I do have a thing where I think I have it over here, I think. Where is it? Do I not? Didn't I open it? I thought I did. Oh, here it is. Okay. You can see right here, right? I made this very simple shadow for trees, right? To put on the ground to overlay with the floor. But you can see over here is when that shadow is done as kind of like a transparency as opposed to palette shifting. It looks far more vibrant with palette shifting. That's why I haven't started doing anything with it just yet. I need to, I want to put this on the floor and then, you know, combine all of it and just do some palette shifting on that. But I haven't done that yet. I haven't done the shader for it, so I haven't put in shadows for trees at all. If you look at this thing, it kind of looks a little bland because the trees just get stumped into the ground and there's no shadow whatsoever. It looks kind of dull. But you know, eventually we'll get there. Eventually I'll make that happen. I've been trying to find good use cases for them. I've wanted to learn more and have my own game project that I think might need them. Yeah, I mean, you can use shaders pretty much anywhere if you want to do something, you know, with your art, you know, keep up some artistic thing. You can pretty much use shaders anywhere, but sometimes it's easier to just do other routes, you know? It's easier to do some other stuff. But learning shaders is pretty useful and it's pretty cool. I do like doing it. I mean, it's not for everyone, of course. Not everyone is gonna like shaders, but I do like that kind of like that puzzle of turning mathematical functions into, you know, art that you can see on screen. That'd be cool. Hi, Akubu. Welcome. Hello, Jay. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. Sorry for the off topic. Do you play chess? Just curious. I do not. I mean, I know how to play. I've played it a lot, but I don't do that as a recurring thing, if that makes sense, right? I might play it from time to time. I can't even remember the last time I played chess, but yeah, I mean, I played it a few times. I've been wanting to make some transitions a la PowerPoint. That makes sense. And shaders are very good for doing stuff like that. Yeah. There was a very cool tutorial. It's kind of old. I don't know how old it is actually. Let me look it up. And it's in Unity. Let me look it up. But there is a very cool tutorial about how to make any sort of transition. Basically using a texture. So you'd use a texture for the kind of transition that you want to make. And then that transition will happen depending on the texture you provided. So let me give you a second. I'll look up the video because And you know, it's pretty much transferable, right? It's not. Let me see. I think it's this channel. Where are you? Ah, okay. I think it's this thing. Yeah, it's this thing. So basically, I'll link it up in chat in a little bit. Give me just a second. It's this thing. So you can see. I'm gonna show you the end result, just so that. Yeah, basically, it's a shader that takes in a texture, and it uses that texture to sample where it should make the transition happen. See, like this. That's because there's a texture there. It's like a color gradient that tells you where the transition should happen. Let me see if I can find the original thing. And then, yeah, if you use this texture, for example, basically from what's the word? From the beginning, right? You use either either black or white, and then from there you sample based on, you know, the luminosity of the texture, and then that is what transfers to the transition itself, kind of like this. See? Kind of like that. It's pretty cool. Yeah. And it's very, you know, extendable. You can just, here's the link. It's pretty extendable. You just give it a different texture and suddenly you have a whole different transition to go with. It's pretty cool. Oh, what's that flare? Oh, there's an actual tutorial. Oh, that's pretty nice. All right, all right. I'll take a look at it later. Thank you, thank you. I'll pin this over here so I don't forget. But thank you for the link. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, this is in Unity, but you know, with a little bit of work, you can definitely do this in any other engine, I feel. I've been using Phaser, so I'll need to do some porting. I hadn't thought to look up other engine tutorials. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be always one-to-one, right? But it is useful. You know, if you can't find anything for your specific game engine, you know, might as well look up other game engines. Then at least you'll have some idea, right? How to begin or what to think of. And then you can start trying to transfer that to the engine that you're using. Yeah. Because, you know, sometimes some engines just won't have enough material. So you gotta do like a necromancer and just, you know, dig through the bones of other engines. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's where I'm at right now. I'm trying to figure out what I don't know. Yeah, that's a good thing to do, for sure, for sure. And also, you know, looking up, even when you have a good idea of how to do something, it's always nice to see how other people did it so that you can kind of mix the best parts of everything, right? If you have a certain idea of how to do things, but then you see another person doing it, you might get a few other ideas about, you know, how to best implement the stuff that you're trying to do. So yeah, looking up how other people did it is always useful. Yeah. Faux show, faux show. Yeah, but that's pretty much it. You're back. Hi, Araya. You're back too. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Hello, hello. Hi, hi. I hope everything is good. I hope y'all are doing good today. Yeah, I'm back, you know. Good. You know, this game ain't gonna do itself. So I gotta work on it. There's stuff to be done. Yeah, today I'm just gonna replace these things over here that you see in the middle of the screen, these resource piles. I was using placeholder stuff, but eventually, you know, I have to do them in a way, but yeah, we'll just do that. Gonna watch you instead of the 11-hour Godot tutorial. I mean, the 11-hour Godot tutorial, if it's the tutorial I'm thinking about, it's pretty good, you know? Don't discount it off the bat, right? It's pretty good. If it's clear codes, That was the tutorial that I did when I wanted to move away from Unity to another engine. I looked up a bunch of alternatives, right? I wanted to research what the engine could do. And Clear Code's tutorial, it's Clear Code? Yeah, I assume so because it's 11 hours. Clear Code's tutorial, I did the whole thing. I went through the whole tutorial. And that's how I finally realized, yeah, Godot is, Godot is good for what I need. It has exactly what I need to work. So yeah, Clear Codes is pretty good. It teaches a lot of stuff. It goes by a lot of the features of the engine, right? So yeah, it is pretty good. So yeah. But yeah, today I'll be doing the resource piles over here. And I'm gonna do them vastly differently from what they exist now. Because right now, this is what I'm using. This kind of stuff. I'm actually gonna copy them just so I can see the difference. It's gonna be funny. It's gonna be a funny experiment. Just I think I'm using this for fish, so I'll put that in here too. Like this one, put this one here. Also herbs. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. I think I'm using mushrooms for herbs, aren't I? Yeah, it's this thing. So put that in too. Actually, what kind of resources am I using right now? I don't think. Oh, there's stones, of course. Meat as well. All right, let me move that up here as well. I think those were, yeah, it's this thing. I did, yeah. These were me. These weren't part of the pack. This was just me doing it. A very little slapdash thing, just enough to, get stuff going. And also this one wasn't me. This one was an actual viewer. This was Captain Fubar. He hasn't been around for a while. But yeah, this was Captain Fubar that did this for me. Back when I just, I was just starting out. Kind of funny. I think that's it for resources, right? I don't remember. Well, there's the swords and everything, but I'm not gonna do that now. Yeah, I'll start with these. I want to do a small pile, as in very low numbers, a medium pile, and then a big pile for starters, That's what I'm gonna try to do. We'll see how that goes, yeah. I like to make an isometric game, so I feel Godot is more approachable. That makes sense, yeah. I do have a question on sprites. Is drawing them all on one file like that the recommended way of doing things? I mean, it very much depends on what you're doing. The more you can compact your sprites into one single texture, like what I'm doing here, the better it is. Because then, this has to do a bit to do with the hardware, right? When the game needs, or when anything needs to be drawn, the GPU needs to be fed a texture for that to happen, right? The more you split your textures apart, the more work the GPU will have to do, because it needs to be fed textures constantly, right? So think of it this way. I'm gonna do a drawing on here. So this is your GPU right here, right? If you put all your textures into one, you have a lot of computing power to feed that texture in there, right? To put that in there. But then after that, the GPU can just use this texture constantly as it needs to, right? There is no need to constantly change gears, right? Because the GPU can't hold a lot of information all at once, right? If you need to draw something different that is in another texture, it'll need to change its context, right? So if you feed it very small files all at once, it'll need to change its context very it'll need to change its context a lot, basically. You'll have to constantly be feeding new textures in there, and that's expensive, right? So the more you can compact your textures, the better it is. Also, there is a limit to this, however. Depending on what type of device you're, porting your game to, or putting your game into, certain GPUs won't allow you to make textures upwards of a certain size, right? The most, what's the word for it? The ideal number, ideal as in it works in the most amount of GPUs out there, is about 512 to 512. That's the lowest amount, right? If you want to be a little bit more, if you want to pack a bit more, usually nowadays, a lot of people do 1024 by 1024. That's it. Higher than that, depending on your GPU, you might run into some issues. So usually in the project, I'm always using this one, because I want the game to be run into, as many places as possible. But that's it. Yeah. The more you pack them all into one texture, the easier it is for the GPU to, use it. But yeah, that's just it. But if you're just starting out, right, you don't need to do it this way. And if you have a low amount of sprites, you probably don't need to do that, right? But it is a good thing to do. It helps a lot with performance and all of that. Also, hi Krishna, welcome. Thank you for the hydrate. Cheers. Welcome in. Wait, this is a thing? Today I learned and I'm concerned. Yeah, it's been a thing for a while, but it's closing this month, actually. So if you can sign it and you if you want to what's the word for it? Oh god, words are hard, y'all. If you are interested in what the initiative is doing and you want to sign it, then yeah, you only have about the end of July to do that. So, if you agree, then, get to sign it. Hi, Bruce Cobb. Welcome. But for GPU to handle one big texture rather than a lot of small ones, instead of making 100 CPU to GPU calls, that's one. Exactly that. Yeah. Pretty much that. Hi, Bruce Cobb. Welcome. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. If I'm not, I'm really sorry. And thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Hi, Jay Chat. Good afternoon, everyone. Hiya, Fire. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. Hello, everybody. Oh, and David, welcome in. Graphic rendering class time. Nice. People are asking, so I am partaking in my knowledge, as limited as is. But yeah, bro, by water. It's done. I'm sorry about that. Hi, Vrishkov. Welcome. Can you elaborate on transition from Unity to Godot and why you made that decision? I know about the licensing drama. Right. So when the licensing drama happened, well, to be fair, I was thinking about, because it wasn't the first time that Unity did something like that, right? I was already on the fence a little bit. So when that whole licensing thing happened, that's when I decided, yeah, it's time to jump ship. I researched a lot of game engines at the time. I wanted something that still used C#, and that would function kind of the same as Unity. I didn't need it to be the exact same, right? I didn't need it to be one-to-one, but I wanted it to function kind of sort of like Unity. And I researched a little bit, and turns out Godot was right on the money. It had everything I needed. So I decided to just move the project from Unity to Godot. So here we are. There's a lot of code and libraries that I've accumulated over the years. And I like C#, right? If I didn't like C#, I would probably think, I'd probably think twice as to, maybe I shouldn't just use C# and go to another engine somehow. But I do like C#. I do like programming on it. And I wanted, something that worked closer to Unity. So that's why, that's why I researched a bunch of stuff, and Godot seemed like the best option at the time. Yeah. And I'm very happy with it. So, them's the breaks. Thanks. No problem. Did you ever try Mono Game? Not by itself, no. I do know that Unity uses Mono as its base, right? But I never tried Mono Game on its own. No. Maybe I should sometime. I don't know. But, having some of the stuff in Godot already pre-made is really good for, getting stuff going. So, yeah. I miss XNA. Yes! XNA was so cool. I used it a little bit. I actually remember coding on it a little bit. There was this game. Oh man, I'm forgetting the name. But the developer wrote a whole book on how to make an actual editor for XNA, It was so cool. I remember following the book and coding along. Man, I miss those days. But yeah, XNA was pretty cool. Nowadays you can get FNA, right? If anyone is not aware. Let me see if I can. Okay, is this it? Yeah, here we go. Nowadays there's FNA, which is you can think of it as a spiritual successor to XNA, right? So yeah, and a lot of games have been using it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'm thinking about switching to and now I'm working at GameDev company that is using Unity as its main engine. I'm enjoying programming in Rust. I'm a total noob. That's totally fine. And Godot has, as I see, a very good ecosystem for Rust. Yeah, I mean, Godot is very good in that regard because they have this whole system that they call extensions, I think it's extensions that they call it, where you can pretty much, with some support, right? You can plug languages, any sort of languages that you want into the engine, and there's a huge support for Rust in there. Yeah, I haven't tried it out. I don't know how exactly the extension system works, but I do know that they were trying, or they were going to make C# also an extension, because right now C# is embedded directly into Godot. If you want to use C# with Godot, you have to download the specific executable for for that integration, for C# integration with the engine. But I think they were going to move away from that and trying to make it into an extension. Yeah. But that's pretty good. I do like that. I think it's very flexible. It makes the engine extremely flexible. Yeah. FNA or Mono for that XNA field. That's right. Yeah. I'm learning lots today about game engines. I mean, that's good. Yeah. And now they're working with communication between different duty extensions. That's interesting. Yeah. Also, C# will be an extension too. Yeah, that's what I've seen too. They're working on that. So far as I've heard. Yeah. I loved Godot when I used it. I had to switch because it was a memory hog when I ran games. Was it? I just using it wrong. I'm currently running a bone too. I don't know, sincerely. It might depend a lot on what you're doing, right? It's very hard to for me, Godot has been very lightweight, but also I have a very loose approach to game development. I basically use Godot as kind of like a framework. It's almost like an FNA or a Mono for me. It's just, some of the conveniences of the editor are pretty good, right? I do like using those. But for the rest of it, I mainly use it as almost like a framework. I don't use the editor all that much. I just use the editor for stuff like, doing buildings, right? For example, all the buildings that you see in the game. Let me change my view here. Here we go. So my buildings. Let me see if I can. What would be a good building to showcase? The house, I guess. Yeah, this one. So I mainly mount all of my buildings in here in the engine, right? But that's about it. The rest of it, I just do it all in the by code, basically. It's I am a very code I have a very code-based approach to things, I guess. But yeah, I do use the editor for some things. Oh, also for setting up UI, you know? UI is a pain, so I like to use the editor to, you know, make the windows and put in the buttons and all that, because making them programmatically is absolute pain and torture. So yeah, I use the editor mostly for setting up visual stuff, and then I just assemble it all and do it. The rest of it, I do it by code. Yeah, pretty much. Also, I was trying to do Twitch integration, which had spotty support. Ah, okay, gotcha. I don't have any Twitch support right here. Over here, it's just, you know, I run Godot in a window and that's about it. And then I broadcast the window. That's all. What I like in Godot, you can write high-level code or go low-level way and use Godot as a presentation layer only. That's kind of what I do. Yeah. I mean, I use some of the editor stuff to help me out, right? But I use Godot pretty much like a framework in a way. UI is a pain. Truer words were never spoken. I like doing UI, and I think Godot's UI is really, really good. I didn't like the old way, because I was using Unity before, right? I didn't like the way Unity did UI, especially for pixel art games, right? Because for normal UI, sure, Unity is fine. But for doing pixel art games, it was pain and torture. Over here in Godot, I've had no problems whatsoever with any of it. It's been super clean and super easy to set up. I am very, very happy with it. UI not being as torturous to use as Unity is such a bless. That is true. Yeah, Unity's, at least the old one. I did dip my feet into the new UI system, but it was kind of convoluted. I don't know how it is now. Maybe there's better documentation now to follow along. But when I started out, it was still in its... I don't know if it was development phase or it was, you know, still a pre-release phase. It was pretty iffy to do anything in there. But, you know, maybe it's improved somewhat. Joan. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Either I'm dumb or on Unity, it was always like derp. Yeah, I don't know, because I had that experience with Unity as well, right? I didn't like, especially for pixel art games. You know, for other kinds of games, their UI was fine. But specifically for pixel art games, I had to do so much custom code and a custom setup for that to work and not look like completely weird, right? Whereas in Godot, I did it very easily and it works super well. I really like it. Yeah. Unity has a new UI system that is good. I see. Like I said, I used that system for a little bit, not enough to make a good judgment on it because, you know, it was in a pretty early stage when I started trying it out. Yeah. New input system, new render pipeline, new particle system. It's exhausting. I just want it fixed. That's true. Makes sense. Because, you know, I mean, I don't mind if it's new, right? I don't mind if there's new stuff. I just wish it wasn't so... What's the word for it? You know, I just wish it wouldn't break compatibility so much. I wish there was a way for me to just use the same systems that I was using previously, but underneath, I could use the new system, you know, that they've developed without having a lot of all that busy work of actually changing, you know, ripping apart the old thing to redo in the new system, right? That would be nice, but you know. Hi, Joan. Welcome. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. If I'm not, I'm truly sorry. That's the problem with Unity. They split their workload into different systems, and these systems are poorly made. Dots, UI, animation, BCG, networking. I was using network for game objects in a double A game for 2 years. It was a nightmare. Eek, yeah, I assume so. Yeah, that tracks. Yeah, but it's mainly just that. I was very curious about dots, because that would be a thing that I'd be very interested in. Because this game is going to need a lot of, computing power. There's going to be a lot of characters all doing different things and whatnot, stuff like that. But I don't know. There was this thing. I was very disappointed at because they had at one point announced that they were going to make what they called Unity Tiny. It was supposed to be a very lightweight, very simple kind of distillation of their framework that could be run pretty much anywhere. Your old mobile phones, very old computers, all of that. And that was very interesting. That's what I wanted. Because at that point, I was making games that were simple. I didn't need fancy graphics or anything. I was just doing pixel art games. And I wanted them to run pretty much anywhere, right? So I was excited about that. Turns out they axed that some years into development, and it just fell into obscurity. I guess in a way, it became dots, but it's still not the same, right? Because Unity has a lot of bloat that you have to turn off. When you're starting a Unity project, it auto loads a bunch of stuff that most of the time most people won't need. But, I mean, better there than not, I guess. If you can turn it off, of course. Which I think you can, so it's fine. Dots is kind of okay, but you have to write a lot of systems by yourself. Right, yeah, because Unity's toolset is not ported into Dots. 2D stack is not ported. AI navigation is not ported. Animation is not ported. Oh, that is really sucky. Yeah. Yeah, makes sense. But yeah, it would be nice if they at least provide, because, from what I see, the 2D stack and the animation stack and also the AI navigation, those are three main components that I'm sure, barring very niche games, I think pretty much the majority of games are going to have some sort of that stuff going on, right? So yeah, it's kind of iffy that that's not done. Are they planning to add that in, or did they just let it fall to the wayside completely? I haven't been keeping up with Unity news. Yes, as in they're going to port those systems to Dots eventually? But they're adapting very slowly. Dots are around since 2019. Ooh. Holy crap, are you kidding me? What, are you telling me it's been 5 years and they haven't done animation, 2D, and AI navigation for Dots? Or was 2019 the 2019 version? Holy moly, dude. That's yikes. That's a big yikes. Yikes. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is, unfortunately. But yeah, Dots was one of the things that I was most excited about before I actually stopped using Unity. That was one of the things that I was looking forward to, because I have always wanted to do games with a lot of simulation stuff going on. Yeah. They're making now the new animation system, but I don't know when they will ship. Wait, so they're doing a new animation system on top of that? Okay. All right. I've been very off on Unity news. I haven't kept up with it as much as I wanted to, because speaking of Unity bloat, there's a post from an ex-Unity dev saying they once removed 45% of the code base just to try how much bloat there was. This was in 2017. It's likely still there. What? Wait, did Shauna work on Unity? I didn't know that. Okay. Yeah, because I follow Shauna. We once... Okay, let me just put this up here so, you know, people could see it really too. Whoop. She did? Ah, okay. I started following her. I don't remember why anymore. But I think it was just because she was a cool C# developer or, you know, stuff like that. I didn't know she worked on Unity. That's cool. We once spent a week deleting code to see how much we could nuke and still have the engine running with all the essential systems in place. We deleted 45% of the code base, a few million lines of code at the time, and everything was still running. One animation system instead of 3, etc, etc. Holy moly, dude. Yowza. That's a big yikes. New animation system is very inspired on Unreal Engine animation system. I am, but worse. Okay, I get you. What is so different about the Unreal Engine animation system? Probably because she was at GitHub and then later at Unity. Ah, gotcha. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah, but I wasn't aware. That's pretty cool. Imagine deleting all your work. Hi, Kim. Welcome. I mean, you know, sometimes you have to kill your darlings. You know, that's a thing that happens sometimes. Sometimes to move forward, you have to take a few steps back. Or something. Going back to delete obsolete code is more common than people think. Oh yeah. It happens all the time. Also, reworking code is sometimes, you know, a necessity. Sometimes you just gotta do it. That just tells me they didn't do a very good work on refactoring. Sometimes people kill their babies, that's the thing. Hashtag stop killing code. True. That poor code, it didn't deserve it. It was so young. Oh man. No, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the Unreal Engine animation system has that Unity hasn't. But that seems a little, you know. Was there such a big need to convert that? To make a whole new system on top of it just to tack in some new features? That seems a bit excessive. Me got interwebs, me happy. Also, wah from Next. Sorry, Next. Hiya, Totem. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. I'm glad you finally got the interwebs. Congratulations. That's awesome. It's an Unreal animation system. Unity is strongly based on state machine. In Unreal Engine, you can write logic on visual scripting. Oh, so it's kind of like a mix between an animation system and a visual scripting thing? Did I get that correctly? All right, makes sense. In Unreal Engine, you can retarget animation to non-humanoid characters. Okay. That makes sense, but why would you need to redo your whole system for that? You know, I think in a way, sure. I don't know exactly how Unity works under the hood, right? But this whole thing of always making new systems and then deprecating the old ones, kind of, you know, it's a bit exhausting because you're always having to refactor to the new system. But hey. That's all me. My thesis was on refactoring, and I remember reading some papers about how 90% of the projects desperately need refactoring, but they just don't have the time to do so. Oh yeah, absolutely. Oh yeah. Sometimes it's a necessity, but you know, when you have to deliver your work on time, Or B, you know, refactor so your work is a bit better, but then you don't deliver on time. People will usually want to deliver on time every single time, because, you know, it's part of a business practice. You know, it can always be improved later. When is later? Maybe in a few years, maybe never. You know, just leave it as is. It's fine. You keep old code, so when you try the new code, it breaks. You can switch back to the old one. Yeah, that makes sense. But then, you know, after the new code is, what's the word for it? When the new code has shown that it is working, right? You'll usually want to get rid of the old one. The old one's not doing anything in there. Kind of not. Godot was introducing breaking changes in nodes. Unreal Engine is doing the same. I'm okay with introducing breaking changes so long as it's you know, easy to get around those breaking changes, right? That's okay. You know, that's part of a growing system. That's fine. Tech debt is a real problem, and not talking about games like structural things is going to be an increasing problem. Yeah. It's a pretty much a generalized problem. Pretty much, yeah. Jam yesterday and jam tomorrow, but never jam today as it goes. Yeah, pretty much. I'd want you to meet the old devs in my project. They literally called the old code function 1, adding 1 to the old function. I mean, I do that on the offhand that it's this method. I'm going to get rid of it in 10 minutes. So just give it a number at the end and then I'll delete it. But, you know, that's pretty bad. And they left it in there for nearly 4 years. Holy crap, dude. That is insane. I couldn't live with myself pushing that to something. Usually when I do that, when I add numbers at the end of a method, just because I'm replacing it with something else, right? I usually delete it and never push it to repo, because that just feels like, I don't know, if it feels like I'm dirtying the repo somehow. I'm talking big picture. I have no idea about Godot. Gotcha. Yeah. No, I figured. Yeah. I don't mind meeting them. I could deliver some slabs for free. I don't know what you're all talking about. Blitter engine is the best engine. Changed my mind. I've actually never used it. I've seen it in action a few times, but I don't think that. I think at some point they kind of just stopped working on it, from what I've seen, and they just focused specifically on, you know, on the 3D tool suite, I guess. I won't meet them either. I'd merge them into the floor via punching. Get punch face. -4. Incredible. I'm repeating myself, but I like you. I like you too, Dex. But at least offer me dinner once. Well, there you go. It's a match made in heaven. Go at it, you two. Dinner in this economy and the rest of the night better be worth it. Oh man, you know, the magic can happen at any point. Oh man. Okay, let me change this up. Be right back. Meeting. No problem. You can integrate ECS with Godot by using servers. It's possible to eliminate the node system almost entirely and create a game in a data-driven format. That is an interesting thing. Yeah, I've always wanted to try that. I didn't know enough about Godot at the time, right? ECS was always something that I was interested in. I do want to, at some point, I don't know if it's going to be for this game, because I feel like if I do that, then it's going to be a major breaking change, right? Because this game is going to be very heavy in simulation kind of things. So maybe an ECS system would be preferable to use in this case. But I still have to research whether that's an easy transition to do. I do already have a bunch of... I do split up the responsibilities of most of the components, right? So maybe it's not as difficult, but yeah, I'll have to look into it. I definitely would like to try an ECS system at some point, and using it with Godot. That'd be interesting. It's still in dev as a BGE, but you're right, it's no longer part of the official Blender releases. Ah, okay. I did not know that. Okay, gotcha. Because I do remember at one point, it was part of the engine. You could actually just, there was a few buttons that you could do to start the game engine directly from Blender, yeah. But that's pretty cool, I didn't know that, yeah. If simulation is heavy, you can batch them into different frames or calculate results on a simple thread. That's what I'm doing right now. Yeah. Right now, there are a few things. So for example, sometimes you get attacked and I want to simulate the combat, right? And usually when that happens, I offload that into a thread and then I report back. I can actually showcase that happening. Give me a second. Yeah, here it is. When I choose auto battle, the game is still running, but I offload the simulation of the combat into a thread, and then it reports back like this. Yeah, that's for some of the heavy stuff, because I don't want the game to just grind to a halt if something is calculating in the background, right? This is the kind of the stuff I do. But if it gets completely untenable, I'll try some more drastic decisions, like an ECS system or something like that. But yeah, that's pretty much it. A heavy simulation. Thanks for weighing in. Fire, how dare you? Stop doing this to yourself. See, I set expectations for the rest of the night and here runs. You know, you gotta take it easy next, you know? You can't be this forward this early. Gotta take it down a notch. All right, I can't believe it's been an hour already, but here we are. Ads are starting in 10 seconds. I will take a quick break while the ads are playing, and I will come back once the ads are over. But just letting y'all know, once the ads begin, I'll be away from the chair, you know, stretching and, you know, just walking around a little bit, so I can you know, stretch a little bit and not be sitting all the time. I think you might be fine, since from what I understand, C# is usually more performance for heavy calculations than GDScript. Yeah, there is that. Hopefully it won't be that much of a problem. But yeah, I've already started offloading some stuff to threads. Because, you know, combat simulation is pretty heavy. There's a lot of calculations happening. So I did a whole system to offload automatic combat simulation that goes into a thread and then reports back. Because I didn't want the game to just grind to a halt every time there was a combat happening. Because there are going to... some combats are going to happen outside of your influence, right? Some tribe somewhere is going to fight another one. And I need to calculate that, but I don't want the player to be, you know, impacted by it. All right, ads are in. Like I mentioned, I will take a quick break, so I will see you after it's over. I'll see you in a little bit. Pew. Hello, everybody. I have returned. Let me just catch up real quick. We could offload Fire out of this stream as well, you know, for performance. God damn, Nex. You don't need to be, you know. You don't need to go this hard this early. God damn. Don't worry, I'll be here for a little bit today. Ah, okay, gotcha. That's okay, Fire. You know, if you got stuff to do, that's totally fine. This game looks perfect for Game Maker. Why not use that over Godot? Basically, because I don't want to be tied to a game engine. You know, the reason why switching from Unity to Godot was so easy was basically because I try to be as agnostic of engine as I possibly can. You know, I use a language that can be used in other engines. I use, you know, lots of code that can be reused anywhere, right? If I did that in Game Maker, I wouldn't be able to do that without reworking most of the stuff that I have. Because you'd have to program in Game Maker language. I would have to buy into that whole ecosystem, right? And I don't want to do that. I don't want to get tied to a single engine. I want to be free. I want to fly like a free bird. A lot of work today. Yeah, I'm assuming so. Yeah. I'm assuming that's the case. All right. With that, let's get started on today's business. Because you know, I haven't done anything yet. All right. Let me just move up the view real quick. I'll be doing resource piles today. And what I mean by resource piles is basically when characters put stuff on the ground, you know? When a character gathers wood and puts it on the ground, that wood is going to be a pile, right? So I'll be doing that today. Let me just move this over here. There you go. So yeah, wood, coins, herbs, you know, the whole shebang. It's gonna be an interesting thing. I'm gonna start with coins because I think they're easier to do. But let's find out. It's gonna be an interesting thing. Because right now, if you look at the game, right, these are the resource piles. They don't have the exact same aesthetic as everything else. I'm slowly trying to get that done. Minutia, do you want to be informed on the Angels trial? Boy, do I! Do you prefer to read about it later? No. I want to receive updates as they come. I think that it's more interesting that way. Yeah, so if anything juicy happens, let us know. Yeah. Yeah, I never updated the colors on this. Don't ignore me, Fire. Where? Fire is too concentrated on the trial. Okay. They're in the closing allegations. Oh boy. Wait, is the trial gonna finish today? Is the whole case gonna end today? Or are they in the closing allegations for today? Only. He's too deep on that case? Yeah. He's invested. He's totally invested. How am I going to do coins on this? Perspective. That's the word I wanted. Today is the last day, but I'm not sure there will be a verdict today. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Okay, let's do a little coin. I think 3 tiles high should be enough to make a little coin. Like this. Something like this. Although... Wait, if I want to do... That looks pretty bad. Maybe that? Could work. With different colors, though. That could work. Joanna Mark spoke today for the first time. You want me God? What can I add to that? Don't hurt fire. Okay. He's providing a service to all of us here. It just flew off. It would take a lot more than that to hurt me. The Angels lawyers, they sound completely unhinged. Yeah, that's what I got from most of the interactions they had with journalists outside of the courthouse. Bro, don't make me slap that attitude out of you. You know I was joking. It's okay, it's okay. Fire's just very concentrated. He's got a lot on his plate today. I could just use one of these. That'd be fine. But can I? Ooh, almost, but not enough. Okay, that's fine. I'll just do it like this. It's fine. Yeah, probably should do little piles with line art. Maybe that would help things. Like that. Wait. That's not correct. There we go. I don't know where that happened, but okay. Fire needs some hugs today. I'm good. It's okay. Not sure about that whole line art thing. Is this cereal? It's supposed to be coins. Piled up. I'm experimenting, all right? I'm experimenting. Don't judge me. I think it's cornflakes. Yeah, maybe I'll... I need different colors, all right? I know. I can see it. Okay. It's hard, you know. Você tá aqui, filho. Traz cá esse esqueleto. O primo faz uma sandocha para o Telegram. I'm gonna try to just do a little bit of a... Oh, that's gonna look pretty bad, I think. At least when seen from afar, I think it's gonna look pretty bad. I might just do a coin purse too. Maybe that'll work. Please ask this person to stop harassing me. I don't like it. Something is off. I can feel it. Okay, I'll leave the coins for later. They're supposed to be just, I'm not even sure if they're gonna... before I report him to my lawyer. And then you get Angel's trial to Fatty Fury. Oh, God. You don't have a lawyer? Who's to say? You know? Watch him. Watch him get a lawyer. All right, let me... where was it? Oh, I think it's here. Is it this one? Yeah, it's this one. Okay. I basically want to do little wooden logs, I guess. I'll probably do them this thick. Easier that way. Okay. Let's see, we got the thing. Let me... Yeah, let's move this a little bit. There we go. Okay. Easier that way. Okay. Let's pick this up and let's do this. Basically, I want to do this. Can I do 2? I can do 2. Yay. Perfect. Yeah. That's looking good. All right, I'll take it. So if this stops here. Something like this. So they stop. Oh, they actually stop right here. Yeah. Easy then. Easy does it. So this would be a wood pile. But then it needs more. Let's actually do just 1, then 2, then 3 piles. Some like... Okay, delete this one. I'll do. And now I can just do this one again. With this one on top. Like that. Oh, wait a minute. If I'm gonna do this, probably should remove the line art. Get rid of it. I'll add more line art later. Something like this. Doesn't need to be exactly like that, but... Yeah, something like that. Should I make them closer together to remove this whole line art here in the middle? Let's give it a shot. He's bluffing. Having a cousin that watched all Law and Order seasons doesn't mean he knows a lawyer. I do. One of my previous jobs was tech support for several companies in Stubal, and I know a lot of businesses in that city. They all remember me fondly, believe it or not. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Let me try to put them up together. It might look a bit weird, but... Oh, yeah, I gotta... Get rid of that. Yeah, if I put them up together, then it's gonna look pretty iffy. That's true. Eh. Also, I should probably make this a bit more varied. I just realized. Sorry, I missed the answer if you gave it to my questions earlier. Had an emergency. That's totally fine. Remind me what you were asking about, because it's been a while. I'm sure you made a big impression. I'm a very charming in person. Yeah. I don't doubt it. Having those connects is nice, to be honest. Yeah, it totally is. Absolutely. Yeah, oh, that's right. Hold on. Get out of here. There we go. How big are you? Are you 16? So you are. Okay. Yeah. I forgot to totally delete this. You know, not supposed to. There we go. Rid of that. I do want to vary them a little bit. It's not the only one, is it? I do have another one right here somewhere. It's not any of these. Give me a second. Never mind. Bruskov answered it earlier. The chat log. Thanks for. You mean the whole texture thing? Yeah. Yeah, that's basically it. Where is that? Wait, didn't I have that? I thought I opened it. Oh, it's right here. What am I doing? Okay. Let me see. I could, because I can use these. These aren't very good for the buildings, but they're pretty okay for other stuff. How big are these? 23. I could shave off a few pixels out of these. I could definitely shave off a few pixels out of these. You know, here and there. Let's copy all of this over. Yeah, these are fine. The sprite sheet thing, I don't understand how to use it yet, but I will in time, I guess. Basically, if you condense all your sprites into a single file, it'll usually be easier for the GPU to process it. Because every time that you want to draw something, the GPU needs to be fed your texture, right? If you put all of your stuff into a single texture, then you don't have to feed it as much, because you can just keep on reusing it. So the more you can compact all your sprites into a single texture, the easier it is on the GPU, which is usually one of the bottlenecks. How does Godot separate the sprites? You can do that. I do that in my project by using what they call, I think it's called an Atlas texture. Because, okay, let me just boot up. Not boot up, but switch to Godot over here. Let me see if I can find a good example of what I mean. So, for example, I've got this texture right here, right? This little cart. But this is part of a big sprite, right? So what you do is, this is what is called an atlas texture, right? Instead of creating just a texture, it's an atlas texture. Because you feed it an atlas right here. This is the whole atlas with all of the stuff in it. But then you can select just a portion of the texture that you want to use, right? That's the secret. That's how you separate them. There are other ways, but this is the one I use for now. It's just using an atlas texture and then cutting up the bit that you want, basically. The reason why VFX use sprite sheets? Yeah. Basically, yeah. That 11-hour video about Godot, which I don't remember the URL for, explains this in detail. Oh, it's in one of the commands. But I believe Rhea was actually going through that video. So, you know, I think was it you, Rhea, that told me that that you were going through the 11-hour clear code video? If that's the case, then you'll be able to, you know, you'll be able to see it for yourself, I think. It was me? Yeah, then you'll be able to see it for yourself during the tutorial. I think they do explain it there. Yeah. Still covers the obsolete tile maps. Yeah, the tile maps are probably obsolete, but at least the rest of it should be, you know, should be pretty fine. So what's the resolution of that texture? This one? I think it's 1024 by 1024. You know, for this kind of resolution, this kind of asset resolution, it houses a lot of stuff. And most of this stuff is going to go away anyway, eventually. I will have to, once I get the art style into a good spot, that's one of the first things that I'll have to do. Most of this stuff is just going to disappear. None of this is needed here. So I'll have to redo the way I pack these things. Yeah. I guess you just keep expanding the canvas size as needed. I mean, yeah. But that's another thing I mentioned. You weren't here, but I'll mention it again. You don't want to make it too big, right? Because depending on the GPU that's running the game, some GPUs don't allow for big textures, right? You want to compact them as much as you can, but depending on your targets, you don't want to make them too big. Usually, if you're doing 512 by 512 or 1024 by 1024, you should be in the safe zone, right? But some GPUs outside of that, some of the oldest GPUs, right? Some of the older stuff, usually it won't accept or bigger resolutions than that, right? So you have to be careful as to where you're, targeting your game to play. Because, if you want to support older GPUs, you want to make your textures, sure, you want to pack them, but you need to pack them into reasonably sized textures. More than that is usually a bit iffy. Nowadays, most modern stuff can take 2048 textures, or even 4096, I think. They take those pretty well, but the old GPUs, they can't be fed that at all. Or if they do, they're usually fed in parcels, which is usually harder to do. It takes quite a bit because, they're big. They're big textures. So it's hard to feed that all at once. We do this whole packing, this whole texture packing, because sure, it takes a bit longer to feed into the GPU, but after that's done, then the GPU can reuse it, and then, it offsets that cost, right? Lots of stuff we did 1K texture. Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially at this resolution. For sure. And you got lots of free space. Yeah, and some of this stuff is not even going to be here. Most of this upper quadrant here is going to disappear because this is the placeholder stuff. This is going to disappear at some point. Oh, oops. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I think a 2048 texture is more demanding than two 1024 textures. Yeah, because a 2048 texture is 4 1024 textures. It's it grows pretty big pretty fast. You can kind of see it in if I do a little demonstration here. Should be easy enough to do. Let me just move over here. So if you've got a 16 by 16 texture, right, it's this, right? If it's a 32 by 32, which is double the size of what you had initially, suddenly it's 4 times that. There's 4 squares now. 64 by 64, 4 2 by 2 squares, right? So it's always increasing. The size is increasing by 2, but the actual space is being multiplied by 4. Yeah, exactly. 4K is 8 times larger. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, because I want these logs to look a little bit different. Because otherwise they just look very bland, and that's not cool. All right, let's use this one. Do that. Okay, I need to make this 16 by 16. It needs to end here. Should be easy enough to do. Okay, give me a second. I should make it larger, but I should make the brush larger, but who cares? I'll just do it by hand, it's fine. There we go. That's one. Let's do the other ones too. Or actually, yeah, let's pick this one up again. I'm gonna reuse a different part of it. so that it looks a little bit different. The surface is 4 times larger. Yeah, basically. Yeah. Hi, how are you? Hi, Juan. Welcome, welcome. How are you? I hope you're doing good. Hello, hello. Hope things are good. 16. 16 is over here. Okay. Okay, rest of it should go away. And that's it. Okay. Ah. There we go. I can even flip them to add more variety. Give me a second. I can copy these. Flip them. And that way I get a bit more variety on it. That'll do. That'll do. I kind of want them to fit in one another. Or rather to, I want this knot to be a little bit more in the middle. Or not exactly in the middle, but more at the bottom. So they can kind of fit into each other. Or not fit, but, you know, kind of get in there. I'll leave this here. A advogada entende que Joana Marques não atraiu a extrema-direita para a discussão, mas que o divulgar da atuação com críticas à forma como o hino foi cantado contribuiu para isso. What? Are you kidding me? This is the level that the trial is taking. What the hell is happening over there? A direct quote? That's a direct quote. Is that it? Wow, dude. Holy moly. That is insane. Let me just read that again. Okay, so what is this Angels trial? It's a thing that's happening in Portugal. We're all very interested in it. So, you know, Fire is just Fire is just relating it in real time. But it's basically a case where a comedian is being sued by 2 singers. That's basically it. And it's called Angels because their singing group is called Angels. They're called the Angels. That's it. Não atraiu a extrema-direita para a discussão, mas que o divulgar da atuação com críticas à forma como o hino foi cantado contribuiu para isso. Holy moly, dude. Okay. I mean, I'm not sure what that's implying there, but all right. Sued for what? Basically, these angel singers sang the national anthem, Portugal's national anthem, on a venue, and then a comedian made a joke about it because they sang it in a way that was kind of hilarious, right? So a comedian did a little video where she was just looking at them and making weird faces while they were singing. And now the singers are basically suing her for damages. Because apparently, from what they've, from what they said, she basically ruined their career with that video. That's basically it. Do you want to be shocked even more? Do I want to do that? Do I really? I mean, I kind of do, but I kind of don't. But hit me with it. At this point, I live to be disappointed. Hiya, Cozy Build. Welcome, welcome. My favorite Stew. Thank you so much. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing good. Hello, hello. So they're embarrassed? No, it's worse than that. They actually are suing her for damages because apparently they had a lot of venues cancel on them after this. And also they got a bunch of health problems because of the video. The video is mostly harmless. When I say mostly, it's literally just them, and it intercuts into her making weird faces. That's it, you know? Sure, it might be a little hurtful, but it's nowhere near the apocalyptic levels of insane that they make it sound to be. They sang the national anthem, but due to technical difficulties, it was very bad. This comedian made a clip like they were singing at a talent show, and they're now suing this comedian for 1 million. Yep. Okay. Sorry. Sorry, it was the auto thing. No, it was the auto thing. I'm sorry about that. Nesse sentido, lembrou a justificação que Mário Machado deu para os comentários que merecem condenação do tribunal, que o neonazi fez nas redes sociais. Um dos argumentos do Mário Machado sobre violações de mulheres de esquerda foi que era uma graça. Holy shit, dude. It's getting heavy. It's getting heavy over there. Holy moly, dude. Hiya, Voidbit. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing good. Hello, hello. Got clowned, got sad, got clowned more, got it. No, but that's the thing. We've said this plenty of times here whenever this issue is brought up. If they had just kept quiet, no one would remember this in a few weeks, right? But the fact that they're bringing this to the forefront, now everybody knows about it and everybody is laughing in their face. It's actually incredible. Mário Machado is a Portuguese Nazi, arrested multiple times and directly involved in the murder of an African person in Lisbon. You know, the cool kind of people. I'm being sarcastic for those of you who can't tell. They're just looking for money. They're just looking for money. Yeah, that is true, but it's extremely dangerous. If they actually win this case, it's going to be extremely dangerous for everything going forward. Sorry, just providing context. No, I totally got it. But the auto thing caught it. Sorry about that. They say turn the other cheek for a reason. Yeah, because, you know, it's the whole Barbara Streisand effect, right? The fact that they're doubling down on this is just making them look bad everywhere. If they didn't have shows up until now, imagine what they'll have after this whole charade of a trial. To put him on the same level of a girl comedian that published a reel on Instagram is kind of crazy. Kind of is underselling it there. Hiya, nickname. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing good. Hello, hello. I hope things are good. Hello, hello. Let's do, how many of these? Just one? One. Sure, we can do that. That. Okay, maybe 2 would be better. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. Not sure if doing well, but moving forward at least. Hoping to make the Steam page this month. Ah, that's good. Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, hopefully you get to it. That's awesome. How about you? Doing good. Just doing some little resource piles today. Resource piles is in, you know, when characters just drop resources off in places, you know, they'll start gathering up resources. So I'm trying to make little piles of stuff that grow over time. That's basically what I'm doing today. That's the whole thing today. It's just that. I need to cut this short. Oh, it actually ends right here. That can work. this, right? Just need to get rid of the rest of it. And this should be 16? Perfect. Okay, that'll do. All right, got a new one. Let's convert this, put this here, delete this, give it a little line art. Yeah, that's pretty good. Because now what we can do is do stuff like this. Oh, also, give me a... Yeah. So now we can do stuff like this, for example. Like that. And then fit this one right here. Like that. And they both fit, and they both have little nuts. It's pretty nifty. Yeah. Alrighty. Yeah. And I don't want to use this one yet. I think this one's too... What's the word? Wavy. It's not wavy, but you know. It's too wild, I guess. Let's use this one for the top, I think. I think that's the best option. Take off the line art. Copy this thing. Oh, I should add line art to this. Should I? I mean, I kind of should. Because right here is kind of different. That's true. Yeah. Okay, I'll use line art then. Not that I want to, but... Let's give it a shot. Yeah, that'll do. Oh, yeah, that'll do. Okay. Like a glove. Yo, hiya, Taurus. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. You make this look so easy. It's insane. Thank you. It's, you know, it's part of the process. I've been doing this for a while, so, you know, there is that. Yeah, this'll do. I think. I'm not sure if I should do more. I think I'm gonna stop here. So it would, well, it would be this, then this one. So this would be the progression, right? It starts off with one log. Maybe I should center it. Should I center it? Maybe I should. Yeah, centering it sounds good. I think. It's hard to... Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. I can either do this or the center thing. Like that, right? That'd be that. Yeah, I guess that'll do. I'll use these three for starters, and then we'll see. Center one might be better, but who knows? Should I do sideways? I could do sideways too. I'm gonna give it a shot. See if it looks good. If it doesn't look good, I'll just use this one. But then if I do it sideways, then that's gonna bring in a whole lot of complications. I don't think I want to do that, actually. You know? I'll leave it like this for now. Yeah. This is fine. This is cool. We'll get to that later. It's fine. It's cool. We don't need to worry about that. Is this enough? Yes. Okay. So these are herbs. What would be a good thing to do for herbs? Maybe like a little wheat pile, but green? Something like... Oh, let's see. Something like this. This is gonna be very... Something like that. I'll improve on this later. With a little knot tie over here. Something like this. You know? Not sure. like a basket with shrooms. They're technically not supposed to be shrooms, or at least they're not supposed to be only shrooms, right? But the basket with shrooms could be also something that I do, yeah. Basket with shrooms sounds pretty good. I'll try doing that in a bit. Yeah. Let's see. No, that's gonna look bad. It's the colors. The colors are just not helping me. The colors are just not helping. This is not gonna work. I'll have to do this some other way. Let me look up some reference right here. Give me a second. Could also do something like that. Let me just open up a few here. Because I wanted to do something like, let's see. Yeah, it'd be something like this, I guess. Something like this, I guess, is what I'm aiming for. But I'll have to do this some other way then, because, you know, it's not working out very well. But okay. I'll try to do a stalk, and then... Let's see. Because I have to put these on piles, too. I can't forget that. These need to be... These need to be flush with the floor. So I can't forget that. I mean, this kind of sells it like that, but... Man, these colors are just... Okay, give me just a second. Let me... This one? Was it this one? Oh no, it was this one. Okay. Let's see if the greens here are any better. I want something... Hi Lily, welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing good. Hello, hello. Yeah, these would be okay. Kind of close. They are a little different. Could be this, yeah. And then all I had to do actual leaves of this thing. Another green. How's it going today? Doing good, doing good. I was yesterday playing with your image a bit. There is something that bothered me a bit after looking at it for a bit, and that is that the trees melt together. Yeah, I that is a thing I have to fix, for sure, for sure. I was looking at how other games deal with this. Basically, I'm just gonna have to space the trees so they don't collide with each other. But I haven't done that yet. That's a bit of a code thing, and I'm currently focusing on art. Yeah, but that is something that has been on the back burner for quite a while. As soon as I put in that tree, yeah, I knew that I'd have to stop doing that. I'd have to space the trees out a bit more. Hiya, Prophets. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing good. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. Welcome in. One thing that I found that works well is to have more than one color of trees, even if they are the same type. Yeah, definitely. I haven't done all of that yet because I'm more focused on, you know, doing the rest of the art for the game. But yeah, that is something that I'm going to do. Space them out, give them a bit of color variation, all of those things. Yes, for sure, for sure. That's in the whole to-do list. I just haven't gotten around to it because I'm focusing on other things. But yeah, that is definitely on the to-do. For sure, for sure. Maybe I should do this one at a time. Okay. Maybe. I'm gonna go a bit of freehand. This could work. Kind of like that. Kinda. Maybe I should just add a line art. Would that help? A bit of few highlights here and there. Yeah, I think what's killing it here is the line art a little bit. Upper bit. We're not losing out on that much. Trial is over. No verdict today. Gotcha. Can you distinguish those details from far away? Probably not. I'm just experimenting at this point. But yeah, I'm not feeling it. That's why I want to add line art to see if that changes. Last statement from the Angels lawyer is something crazy about a powerful elite that controls the media. Of course. What has that got to do with Joanna in any way? Oh my god, dude. You'd think that that's a joke, but... Oh boy. It's actually insane. I'll get rid of the... I'll get rid of the light tone. Sounds like something said by the Trump supporters. I mean, yeah. Yeah, it does. I'll make it less bulky. That elite control the Google algorithm. Not that old media is relevant anymore. Don't question it. Just don't question it. Did someone say Trump? Yes. Hi, Apriller. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. I'm gonna try to make it less bulky. Let's see if that helps. Something like this. Also, yeah, I'll need to change a few things here and there, but you know. Just taking off a few of these because they look kind of bad. And then, you know, it's a bit more consistent that way. The Angel's lawyer also mistook radialista, a radio presenter, for radiologista, an X-ray technician, that caused the court to burst in laughter. Oh my god, dude. This whole thing is just a circus. It feels like it. Hiya, Riller Cop. Welcome. Just went for a walk in the park. Everyone out in sunbathing. Summer's here. Yeah, summer's been here for quite a bit. I don't know if it's just started over there, but over here, yeah, it's been pretty heavy. Actually, today it actually rained, which is, you know, wild considering the temperature that is that's happening right now. Oh, also ads are starting soon, in a few seconds. I will be gone during the ad break, but then I'll come back. So not to worry, I will be back. But that's when the ads start. That might be a ways away. I kind of feel like this would look better with different colors. Maybe it is. We'll see. Let's test it. Let's put it to the test. That looks a bit too bright. Oh, ads have already started. Crap. All right. I will take a quick break, like I mentioned, and I will be back in a few minutes. So I hope to see you on the other side. Pew! Hello, everybody. I have returned. Let me just catch up. Entendo que os queixosos sofreram danos sérios e graves, ao passo que a Ré, humorista, radiologista, definição que provoca risos da plateia, influencer, tentou colar a queixa a um condicionamento de liberdade de expressão. Man, I don't know where those people came from, but yikes. Is this the best they could afford? Jesus. I didn't get hit. I live. Well, never mind. I'm so sorry, Ray. I'm sorry about the ads. It's part of the thing. Unfortunately, I can't do much about it. Unless, if I want to, everyone have to watch pre-rolls, which is pretty bad. It's even worse. Pew pew. That's right. Pew pew. It is. All right, I was testing greens. I remember now. Yeah. Okay, that green is fine. It's kind of too bright, but to me, it seems that most serious lawyers rejected their case and only somewhat crazy ones took it. That tracks. Yeah, I could see that happening. I could definitely see that happening. It's not that different, actually. Maybe I should just not. Because, yeah, I was thinking about that some more. I can't imagine a lawyer with, who thinks about it more than a few seconds would actually just, take the case just like that and actually have them go through with it. Linny! Linley? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. Hello. I still don't like this. Okay, I'm gonna try. Okay, give me a second. Let me do a little. I'm gonna do just a little bit of highlight. They took I'm offended to a whole new level. That is true. Which level is that going to get them? What level is that? And what is that going to do for them? That's another question entirely. Oh, here it is. Okay. I wanted the original palette. What if I use a different color for the highlight? Or, give me a second. Let's try to do this for wheat. Because we can do that, right? Just, let's see. What did I make the wheat colors? Oh god, I have to look it up. I think it's this one. Yeah, here we go. Okay, so wheat is these colors. Okay. Actually, let me copy that. Copy. Sure. Let's see. Kind of works. Kinda, just kinda. Lawyers are supposed to be able to look objectively to any case and see if they have merit, but I'm guessing that a serious lawyer would look at this as a big hit on his own reputation. Yeah, for sure. This is a bad case comparison, but lawyer-wise, this reminds me a lot of the Amber Depp case. Possibly, yeah. That looks like a butternut. A butternut. Oh. It's like a small pumpkin. It's so cute. I can see it. I can see it. Butternut squash. Yeah. I remember that was more of a public relations battle. It there was a different thing to that case specifically, I think. Yeah. Butternut squash. Yeah. Those lawyers did nothing for their careers. I mean, yeah, the whole thing was a bit iffy, to be fair. Would that work? Maybe it would. I mean, maybe it would. It's hard to tell from this angle. Depp's team is the same team for the guy that sued Blake Lively. So you know they make... So you know how they make their money? Oh, yeah. Let me put this up in context. Give me a second. Do I have the thing here? Maybe I don't. Ah, here it is. Perfect. I just need a character next to it. You'll do. Just for testing anyway. I'll need this as well. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't copy it. No. Hiya, Kent. Welcome. I keep procrastinating on a 5-minute task, but this ends now. Yes. Cut it short. Do it now. Oh, Lysiaris. Welcome. Welcome in, everybody. Oh, and Reef. Holy crap. There's so many of you now. Holy crap. Welcome in, everybody. Hello. Boa tarde de jogo. Sorry, I'm late. Totally fine. Don't worry about it. A wizard is never late. A wizard arrives precisely when he means to. or something like that. It's been a while since I've watched it. But yeah, welcome in everybody. I hope y'all are doing good today. Happy Friday to everybody. I'm just over here trying to do resource piles. What you doing now? Prototyping the design for various objects? Kinda, yeah. I'm basically thinking, what would resources look like in the ground, right? When villagers just put resources down for stockpiling and stuff like that. Yeah, that's basically what I'm trying to do now. I've done this wood stockpiling thing with 3 stages. This one, and this one. And now I'm trying to do kind of like herbs and other similar things like wheat and rye and all of it. But I don't know. There's still something about it that I just don't like. I'm gonna try something. Okay, give me a second. I think what I don't like about it is, funny that I just finished those in my game a few weeks ago. Yeah. 11 herbs and spices. All the herbs and spices. All of them. Absolutely all of them. Okay, I want to get rid of this bit to make it look like it's closer to the ground, I guess. Just to give off the impression that it's actually sitting in the ground. Green ones look like ham gone bad. Yeah, they do have a weird shape. That is true. I'll have to work with that. But I'm testing. I'm currently testing it. Wait, where's the character? Oh, I didn't. Damn it. Character was supposed to be here so I could reuse it. Okay. Let's see. Does this help? Oh, it helps quite a lot. Holy crap. Yeah. At least it doesn't look like it's floating anymore. It kind of looks like it's grounded in the floor. I need to change the color of this though. This is way too light. Let's make it, I don't know. Oop. I mean, that doesn't help very much, but it is what it is. Oh yeah, this looks way better. I mean, the shape is still a bit off. I don't know if I'm gonna keep it like this, but at least it doesn't look as floaty as this one. Krishna! Welcome in! Doesn't Godot have GD script? Yeah, Godot has GD script. Yeah. Hi, Anil. Welcome. Hiya, Krishna! Welcome. I didn't know you streamed. What are you working on? Tell us all about it. Hiya, Saul. Welcome. I tried my best. Hey, it's totally fine. Only me and Raid. That's fine. What were you working on? Give me a second. Ugh. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. What were you streaming? How did that go? Did you manage to do what you set out to do? Hopefully, yes. I just started streaming, and for now, I just play Minecraft to Sunday. I would start devlogs. Ah, interesting. Gotcha. Don't worry, if I stream, I'm always alone. Eventually, some people will tune in. It's a big world out there. There's lots of people just looking for a new person to watch, It's totally fine. Should I just leave this? I think I'm gonna move on to something else. It's always the grass. I get the feeling that it's always the grass that kind of stumps me a little bit. Let me... Wait. Did I change it? Oh, I did. Okay. I almost scared myself a little bit there. Let's see. Let's give it a different color just to get a feel for it. Yeah, I think the only place where this doesn't work is the actual herbs, because the herbs, yeah. Herbs are gonna be the color of the ground. And I know they shouldn't be, and that's a problem. And I need to fix that, but that's when the new colors come in that I haven't researched yet. Even so, I mean, could be worse, I guess. I know, I'm preparing a plastic ducky as a VTuber model. Might have a better chance like that. You know, very much depends, yeah. But, you know, just don't give up on it. I usually prefer to do no voice stream. That's totally fine too. You know, depends on what people are looking for. You know, usually I find that at least talking usually gets people a bit more invested, because I have done that. I have done no voice streams way in the past, but back then things were a little different. Nowadays, people do want to engage a bit more with the streamer, so usually at least voice is useful, right? I started this batch of streaming with just voice, and then eventually I finally got over my my shyness and got the camera running. I might also include a voice changer. To sound more like a rubber ducky. Is that it? That might be cute. Called Dub Pirates on her. Oh god. At least I don't use magic numbers. Oh god. It's like hide it anyway. By the way, is Pixel Roma good? I can't buy Ace Pride. I'm broke. I don't know. I've never actually used Pixel Roma. What is that? Let me look it up. But I mean, if you're just starting out and you want to, you know, if you just want to, you know, try your hand at a bit of pixel art, yeah, just try out something for free, you know. There's, oh, Pixelorama. Is this it? Yeah. There's Pixelorama. There's, there was another one that was also a browser tool. What was the name of it? Pixelated, I think. Oh, let me see if I can find it. I think it's the name, at least. Yeah, here we go. I think. Is this it? No. Wait. No, there was one, because this one's also an application. Okay, let me look it up. Should probably come up here if I search like this. Piskel, that's it. Yeah, this is the one I was thinking. You know, Piskel is an online pixel editor. It has a bunch of features that you can use, right? And then you can get your own sprites. So yeah, if you just want to try your hand at pixel art, you know, just try a tool like this. You don't even need to install anything. It's just a very low barrier to entry. Here's the link if you wanna try it out. But yeah, any tool will do, you know? You don't need to pay money to try out, to start out, you know, trying to see if pixel art is for you. Just try anything for free out there. Yeah, absolutely. Find one that you feel is comfortable enough for you. And yeah. To be fair, just, I never tried Piskel, It's just, I see it a lot because, it's an online, it's very low barrier to entry, right? It's very easy to get started. It's in your browser, it's free to use, so it's very easy to just get it started and running. So you don't need to install anything, you don't need to, you can just get right into the weeds of it straight away. But yeah, absolutely. I have a problem with my voice stammering. I can't pronounce any word correctly, so that's why I don't want to do voice. That makes sense, If you're not comfortable with it, just don't do it. It's totally fine. I've thought about streaming as a way to maintain a regular schedule and keep me focused when working on hobby projects, but I can't even pick a 2-hour slot in the week for that. Most of the time, that's usually the problem. Yeah, time is usually the biggest factor. For sure. It's showcased in the Godot website. It might be worth a try. Yeah, I mean, just try out a tool, any tool, right? Irrespective of tool, what matters is what you'll do with it, right? Sure, at the end of the day, you might eventually find a tool that helps you better with the kind of work that you do, and that's fine, right? But you can start off with anything. It's totally fine. Some people use Krita as a pixel art tool. I know I would use Krita only if I had started pixel art with it. The only problem I see with Krita is when you want to do animations, I do feel that Krita's animation system, while powerful, is very hard to get into. It does need a bit of a buy-in, right? Whereas, for example, stuff like Sprite, doing animations is very easy to do. It's very intuitive in that regard. But yeah, you can totally try Krita too. Just try anything. Any image editor can be used to do pixel art. With practice and some patience, any editor can do that. The good thing is you can make it your own brush, which can speed up a lot of things. Yeah, you can do that on Sprite too. I don't use it all that much, but you can do that on Sprite too. I don't know the hotkeys for doing it, but let me see if I can get it running. Because I've done it once or twice, but it's been a while. I don't remember how to save a brush, but yeah, you can definitely do... You can do brushes. I just don't know how to do that. Wait, save brush. Maybe, hold on. Let's see. Little star. It's pretty bad, but okay, let's see. If I select that. Save brush. Can I use it now? I'm assuming I'd need to change the size of this thing. No. I don't know exactly how to do that. I'd have to look it up, but yeah, there is ways to do custom brushes for sure. It's just that I don't know off the top of the I don't know exactly how to do save brush here. I don't know exactly how to do that. Control mouse wheel to adjust brush size on the fly, I believe. Is that what you're trying to do? I'm trying to save a custom brush, but I don't know how to do that. Yeah, because this is still the normal brush. Yeah, this is still the... I don't remember. But I did that once or twice. It's been a while, so I don't know off the top of my head how to do that. But yeah, you can definitely do custom brushes, yeah. I just haven't done it in a while, so I don't remember how to do that. I think there's a hotkey for it. Control save custom brush. Wait, but how do you... Hiya, Thurak. Welcome, welcome. What makes a brush custom in Aseprite? Basically, you just give it a shape, right? Instead, because usually most pixel brushes are either squares or spheres, right? This is a sphere. You can change to a square, right? But if you want to do custom shapes, you can do that. It's just you paint something, you know, anything. I don't know, something like a diamond. And then you can use this as a brush to paint all over. Let's see. Should be... Okay, I just need the beginning of it. How do I do that? Oh, the video's not playing. I thought it was very still. Okay, so it is selection first. Oh. Wait, how do you do that? Oh. He clicked on something. I don't know what I clicked on, but... The ink jar? This one? No, that's not it. Save brush here. But I would have to do that. Delete that. There has to be a key for it. Control B? Oh, there you go. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now I should be able to use that, hopefully. There you go. Yeah. Thank you so much, Chirac. Yeah, basically that's it. So now I have a little circle brush. Little circle brush. Square brush. These are the defaults, right? The tilted brush. And now we have our custom diamond brush. And we can use it as much as we want. In different things. It was like 5 seconds into the video, so maybe we missed it. Yeah, that was probably it. But thank you so much. Yeah, it's Control B. So you draw a shape. And then you use that as a brush. So yeah, there are custom brushes. It's just, it's been a while since I used this. Yeah. I'm gonna delete this because I don't need it. I just use this one. I always use this one. You mean the shader tool? Click the ink jar icon, I believe. Oh no, but the shading is a different thing. I know what you're meaning, but it's not that. Yeah. I already just for fun. I already know no one is watching me, and I am still laughing. Hi, Markangus. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. How's it going? Doing good. Just you know, getting some resource piles up, seeing how it works. It's a struggle, but we'll manage. It's okay. Hi, Night Child. Welcome. Good afternoon, Source Saddlery Story. Welcome in. How is the nude pixel painting going today? No nude pixels today. Today we're doing resource piles. You know, wood piles, herb piles, and other such alikes. And I'm gonna move on because I can't make them look good. So I'm just gonna drop those, and I'll do them some other time. And I'm gonna move on to, I think I'm gonna do fish now. Maybe I won't do fish. I don't know. We'll see. Fish is gonna be an interesting bit. Yeah. But yeah, that's basically it. Yeah. No decision on the Angel's trial before September. Gotcha. Makes sense. For example, if you make a rock, but instead of using Control C, Control V each time, you make a brush with it. Yeah, and you can do interesting stuff with it. Yeah. Thank you so much, Tirak. Thank you so much for the help. Yeah. You mean so you can click to create multiple? So useful. Yeah, yeah. That's why I wanted to know, but now I know. Yeah, there you go. Looking great so far. Thank you so much. Pile of piles. Yeah, pile of piles. New drawings. The drawing wood. Very sus. It's true. It's true. Hiya, James. Welcome, welcome. Resource piles, aka I draw woods. I've been slowly doing a few things, you know. Wood was just the one I did. I tried doing coins, but they're not looking very good. So I just left them alone for now. Yeah. And now I'm trying, you know, to do herbs and other stuff. Herbs, wheat, those sorts of things. Yeah. But I'm going to move on because I don't think this looks bad, but I don't think it looks good either. So I'm just going to move forward because otherwise I'll be here all day and I'll get nothing done. This stream is all about dudes, wood, and weed. Why are you like this? Why? Why must you torment me so? I'm just kidding. It's fine. All right, fish. It's fish time. Oh man, fish is gonna be an interesting one. Is there anything you do when you aren't feeling motivated? Usually, I mean, up until now, I've had the opposite problem, you know? I want to do all of the things and I just don't have enough time for everything. But when I'm not feeling motivated, I just try to distance myself from stuff a little bit, you know? Try to just, I don't know, read something for an hour or play a game you like or watch a movie, you know? Something to get your mind off of it, you know? Because sometimes just trying to force it will be worse than just not doing anything for a bit and then coming back to it, right? Wait. This stream isn't about moving forward. Oh yeah, it absolutely is. Yeah. What the fish? Yes, fish. What is that multicolored shape? Just for colors? Oh yeah, this thing right here. This is the color ramp. Basically, it's a way for me to easily find out a color that I need. You know, for example, if I'm drawing something that is yellow right here, and I need to make something, you know, if I need to shade it, you know, if I need to make a shadowy place. So example, if I'm doing a little, you know, yellow ball, it's gonna look bad, but that's okay. You know, if I do a little yellow ball like this, right? And I want to shade it, I can then use this color ramp right here to give me the next color in the ramp, basically. It helps me to choose shades like this. You know? Like that. And then if I want to go deeper, I can just keep on going down in the ramp. Help me out and give me more colors. Yeah, that's basically it. That is basically it. And also I can go up as well. If I want to do highlights, I can also go up like that. It looks kind of wonky, but that's okay. Something like that. You know, it's kind of wonky, but you get the drift. You know. Also, the color might have not been the best, but you know. Yeah, just something like that. The big colors, yeah, basically, yeah. Color rep is used to let unfunny clowns jump down to the gray sharks. True. Like walking the plank. You could think of it that way, yeah. Looks like a cheeseburger. I can't unsee it now. God damn it. Make the edge on the top left be a little darker. Oh yeah, you can do a bunch of You can do a bunch of tweaks to this, but you know, at the end of the day. Oh, and also that it's a good thing to, you know, if you want to do line art, especially colored line art, it's a good place to, you know, this was the last color I used, you know, this dark red. So if I want the color for line art, I can just go below that and use that for the line art right here. That's that. There you go. You know, it's an easy, you know, it's a little tool to just help you pick colors, basically. And to help you move further up or down the ramp. That's basically it. Make the Are you updating the palette? Not yet. I'm gonna try to do that this weekend. Although this weekend is gonna be very hectic, so I don't know if that's gonna happen. But yeah, I am going to update it, just not now. I'm currently just doing stuff with the current palette I have, and eventually I'll just change it. Oh, also, hi, a whale. I totally missed that. I'm so sorry. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're doing good. No, we are casually drawing balls. It doesn't have to be balls, you know. It can be just a square too. A square also does that. You know, something like this. That's another good practice. You know, doing something like this. And you can use a little bit of shades here to also do that. To just pick this up and do something like this. Yeah, just stuff like this. And also you can do a little highlight too. Yeah, I you know, it's not the correct size, but you know what I mean. You can do a little highlight here in the rim. This. All depends on what you want to do. But yeah, that's pretty much it. Just a little something. Depends on what you want to do. But yeah. Helps out a little bit. We're ballin'. True. Like Lord Balgruuf. Jarl Balgruuf. Nude wood balls. This is getting XXX rated. No, it's fine. It's fine. Draw some white around it. It will look like a fried egg. That is true. That is true. It kind of looks like the yolk of a fried egg. Yeah. If I do it like this, you know. There you go. Fried egg for everybody. Oh, calm down. There you go. There's your fried egg. There you go. Oh man. Yeah. That's basically it. There you go. Enjoy, everybody. Enjoy your fried egg. I like how Minecraft does line art, where the line art is also slightly shaded. Yeah, that sometimes, depending on art style, that helps quite a bit. Yeah, for sure, for sure. They usually use the darkest color for the brightest outline shade. Yeah. It looks good. Yeah. Draw Suzanne for Blender, the Bucket 3D bottle. Oh, I know what that is. I don't think I can do that. I think that's way beyond. I mean, I would have to. If I look at reference, I could do that, but without looking at reference, good luck. You know, ain't no way I can do that. But yeah, kind of like that. Just the whole thing. You know? It depends on a lot of what you want to do. But yeah. Okay, you're hired. Thank you. The best Jarl. Last playthrough, I killed him though. How could you? How could you kill Jarl Balgruuf? You dare. Looks like a cell when it's only the outline. Yeah. Yum. Yeah. Enjoy. The balls produce the egg. Okay, I'll see myself. Just do the default cube. Yeah, yeah. I mean, you know, default cube is also valid, you know, so it's fine. Okay, I'm gonna do in. I know that fish aren't exactly gray, but I'm gonna use gray for this one, and then you know, it'll evolve after that, so it's fine. Let's see if I can do a fish. Because I want to do fish stacking on top of each other, so that's gonna be that's gonna be an interesting thing to do for sure. I think this will make it look too cartoony though. Maybe just a single color would do. Actually, let me look up something. Because the first thing that came to mind was oh, this is not gonna be easy to find, I feel. Because the first thing that I remembered was a pharaoh. Pharaoh does have piles of fish, but yeah, finding that is gonna be a little tricky. I don't think there's specific screenshots of that available lying around. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just try my best. We'll see. Fish scales usually have a slight bit of chrome feel, don't they? Looks like it could be making a desaturated stunfisk. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna do them in a very desaturated tone so I can add the color to them later, right? So I'm only my biggest concern right now is just the shape and to see if it reads okay. I'm not too concerned about colors right now. Maybe I should make it bigger. Let's see. Because then I could do something like, I could just rotate it and flip it around and do like this, right? That's what I wanted to do. Something that I would be able to just then pile onto each other like that to represent the different levels of quantities of fish. Something like this, right? I put them all in the same stock like that. Could do that. Also add a fish cutter. Yeah. You can make the even higher levels be in a barrel. Could do that. Yeah, yeah. There is actually, that's a very good point. I actually opened some of my previous files. Yeah, because there are these what what's the word for it? Pottery. They would usually save their food in pottery like this. So maybe I could just, you know, get some fish inside of a pot. Maybe that would be it. Let me see. Let me grab some of these. And yeah, I was thinking of doing that, but I totally forgot to do that. Let's put some of them here. Yeah, I can definitely do just a bit of fish coming out of a jar or something. I could even, you know, because they all have the same mouth, they all have the, you know, it's only the outer shape that is different. I could definitely just get the fish coming out of the mouth of the pot, and the pots could randomize. That'd be fun. I'll just finish this one and then I'll try doing that. I'll try putting some fish coming out of a pot. Let's make you a little bigger. I want you to be fairly large. Okay, that helps. They would probably use the pots to ferment the fish. Not only fermenting, but they would use it to make what's the word for it? They would like salt it for preservation, and also to do what we nowadays call canned food, like anchovies and stuff. They would do that inside of the pots too. Yeah. Let me look up just a common fish. Just want to look at the colors. This'll do. Oh, I need to do some fins for them too. I totally forgot about that. Yeah. Yeah, I need to do a few fins. Okay, give me a second. Although they would probably take out the fins pretty early, but you know, just for completeness sake, let me just. Let's see if I can make it look any good. You should make the eye droop a little bit to make it look a little sad. Yeah. Poor little fish. Alfred Bodish. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that correctly. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Thank you so much for the follow. Hello. Got my kid a Wii U for his birthday. Think it's a nice first console. Ah, interesting. Did he like it? Is it his birthday today? Happy birthday to you, little boy. Little kiddo. Why a Wii U? Why not a Wii U? My kid unlocked his this week. Oh, that's so cool. Apparently it's doable with software only. Ah. Nice, nice. I have a PC and a PS4, but they lack good games for his age. Switch was an option, but games are way too expensive. Thought Wii U had cool functions and super cheap used games. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Yeah. It's not his birthday. Next week. Ah, it's next week. Gotcha. Ah, so you're going to give him the Wii U next week? Or did you give it now to celebrate his birthday later? Is that it? Isn't Wii U super old? Not that old. It was the last console before the Switch, I think, right? Am I wrong on that? I think it is, right? Gifting older systems is underrated. True. Absolutely. To him, it's super new. Oh, absolutely. He's gonna love the crap out of it. Now they got the Switch too. Yeah, there is that. Yeah, but you know, old consoles are pretty nifty. You know, old consoles are underrated. Like Turak was saying, you know, they're pretty underrated. Faux show. I wonder if I should. Okay, that looks a little bit better. The other one looks like it's way too out there. Yeah, this looks a little bit better. All right, let's give you a little color. Let's try to make you blue. I know you're not supposed to be 100% blue, but you know, you're supposed to be more of like a silvery color, but I don't have silvery color here, so blue it is. Oh, also ads are starting soon. I will take a break while the ads are playing and then I'll come back. Just letting everybody know. Kid's a 6-year-old, by the way. He doesn't need a Switch too. Yeah, I mean, he'll be fine with a Wii U. I think he'll be plenty happy with it. Yeah. Still wish I had my Sega Genesis. I do have mine. I don't know if it's running all that well. I haven't turned it on in a while, but I still do have it. I have to boot it up sometime. Hopefully it's still in good working condition. But I haven't booted up mine in a while. A Mew Mini can run thousands of fun games. Ah, is that like a little one of those little consoles with a bunch of games? That's pretty cool. Wii is probably a slightly better console in my opinion, mostly because it could play GameCube games. Yeah, makes sense. Also runs Wii games, but not GameCube ones, unfortunately. Ah, gotcha. All right, ads are in progress. I will take a quick break like I mentioned, and I will be back after the break. So I'll see you when it's over. Pew. Hello, everybody. I have returned. All right, let me just catch up real quick. It also runs Wii games, but not GameCube ones, unfortunately. Gotcha. Can you still get the emulator games installed on the Wii U? Not sure it is. It runs Android and a bunch of emulators on top of it. Ah, okay, gotcha. Pew pew. Yeah, pew pew. I want one of those, but to myself. Well, yeah. I started emulating the Wii U on my PC a while back to play Wind Waker HD. Ah. My brother gifted me a few years ago. It's really nice. Gifted me one. Gotcha. My birthday's next month. You can gift me one. I'm less picky. I'd gladly receive such a gift at any time. Don't need to worry about my birthday. No jazz hands and fall. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry about that. Sorry about the jazz hands. That was on me. I shall repent for this sin. I'll need to look into your message earlier to get it unlocked. That's a nice habit you got, to get up and walk around for a while. I mean, yeah, because sitting here for 5+ hours is it can get to you. It's hard to it helps with posture. It helps stretching around, walking a bit, just to not sit around all day. It's harder to do this when I'm actually playing games, because I get too into it and I forget the time is passing, right? But at least when I'm working, I do like to stretch a little bit, take a few breaks, all of that. Repentant lifestyle, true. That was me. Some moderation tool asked if I really wanted to send it and chose not to. Wait, but no messages were locked, right? At least I don't see anything on my side. There was one for fire earlier, but I did let that one through. Yeah. You get immersed in the best kind of games. Yeah, sometimes you just, you just start playing a game and suddenly you look outside and the sun is shining again. And then you think, where did the night go? To be fair, it's been a while since that happened. I think the last time that happened for me was when I was at the very end of Mass Effect 3 and I really wanted to finish it. And yeah, the night just blurred into everything and suddenly the game was over and it was like 7 a.m. or something. And I was looking outside thinking, God dang, that was the whole night. And I was left there speechless because the end of Mass Effect 3 absolutely destroyed me. And I was there 7 a.m. Just, contemplating life. Hi, Hi, Akaga. Welcome, welcome. The mod tools never stop my messages. Yeah, it knows I'm a little too important for that. True, true. Hi, Akaga. Welcome, welcome. Sun is shining in the sky. There ain't no cloud in sight. True, true. Mass Effect? What's that? It's this really funky, old, crusty game. You probably never heard of it, and you probably don't like it either. It's really bad. Don't look it up. Don't look it up. The ending was undeserved to the players of Mass Effect 3. Oh man, it wasn't just the ending, you know. Some of the decisions midway through the game were kinda debatable too. You know, the ending is the thing that you remember because it's the thing that sticks to you, right? It's the end of like a trilogy. But some of the decisions they made on the midpoint of Mass Effect 3 were very questionable in my opinion. Even worse than the ending itself, you know. Now, is it true that Mass Effect is an on-rails shooter? Because I don't like those. There is a literal on-rails shooter bit, but it's like what, 3 minutes? In the whole series, in the whole trilogy, there is like a 3-minute section that is literally an on-rails shooter. Yes. But other than that, no. Oh, so that's what's causing all those parse error messages on the logs. Maybe, maybe. I don't remember it all the way. Probably for the best. Yeah, you know. Ain't that bad. It was from a time when EA was in complete cesspool. You know. Mr. Kago, sit down. You're late. Sit down, Kago. You're late. How dare you? Oh, I probably should get this thing out of the way. Okay, I know that fish aren't this blue, right? But I don't have the colors for it, so I'm just gonna... It looks so weird. Mass Effect was such a ride. There still isn't anything quite like it after all this time. It is true. Despite everything, there is still no game that actually captured that sense of, you know, adventure quite like like Mass Effect did. That is true. Yeah, that is true. Fish pile. Yes. Add a yellow line and call it a faux blue fin tuna. Yeah, I mean, I could make a bunch of variations of this, and the fish would be different in all sorts of ways. I could make a green fish. You know, green fish are cool. Would look kind of toxic, but there's a color extension for Aspire that's pretty good for shades. Oh yeah, no, my problem isn't exactly shade. It's the color palette that I'm using. I need to research a new color palette. Called color shading, I think. I'll have to look it up. That's a fish. I thought you were doing rocks. Yeah, it's you know what? Just never mind. But yes, it's supposed to be a fish. It's a little old fish, you know? Just lying on the floor. Poor little thing. Just a poor little old fish. Let's see. Let's try to do a pile with this. Next movie. I was not sure if I may sit here, but you may, Kago. You may sit here. Pode sentar aqui. That's their natural camouflage, so they can hide in the rocks. True. They don't want to get caught, so they do all sorts of wacky stuff so that they don't get caught. It's okay. Yeah, color's a bit off, but you know. That's neither here nor there. Let's actually light them up a bit. Or darken them a bit. That's what I meant. Like this. You know, it's the fact that I don't have colors. It's fine. The kind of looks a little sick compared to that one. But anyway, let's try to do a pile with this. So my idea would be just copy this and then flip it and put it on top of the other one. Kind of like this, maybe. I'd have to do some shading, possibly. Yeah, if I do this, I'll probably need a bit of shading. That's okay. I can shade it. Or maybe I can even just line art it. You know, put a little bit of line art around it. Oh. Darn. Hold on. Let me just add the line art in here so that way it's easier to do. There we go. That'll do. Easier to just pick this up and put this over here, I guess. Okay. Something like that. You know, little fish pile, you know? And now I do this right here and add another fish on top of that. Like this. There. It's a big pile of fish. Little old pile of fish. And okay, let me just change the color, see if this looks any better. With the different colors. I spread as shading tools. I never suggested it because our little biz got everything together stream but never inserted the palette on the left. It is right here. Yeah, it is right here. I know I can just do this and shade with the shading tool. I think it's this thing, right? Shading. And I can just, what was it? Darn it. What was it like? Oh, right. Yeah, here it is. I just haven't used it because, you know, I prefer to do it by hand. You know? But yeah. That's pretty much it. I don't know. I like to make it by hand. I'm an old school like that. Blue fish looks like a ghost. Yeah, I mean, they do kind of look like a ghost. It's true. The game is transforming lately. It looks like a whole new project. Well, thank you. I'm assuming that's a good thing. I went to sleep with those cute fish. They do look kind of cute, yeah. They look a little derpy. Oh, maybe I should do their mouths like this. No, but then they look too happy. I guess I'll just keep it like that. Yeah, that makes the fish look kind of happy. I don't want to do that. You like to play on Soul's difficulty. Got it. Yeah, I mean, I'm a hardcore gal, you know? It's fine. Just don't worry about it. Actually, now that I think about it, I probably want to do this a little differently. I need to change this. Okay, give me a second. Get these pots out of the way. I'll do the pots in a bit. Me. Okay. I want to move these so that they align with the grid. Because right now they're just inside of the grid, but I want the piles to, you know, be aligned with the center. Because right now they're not aligned. Because the base of the fish is kind of like here, I guess. It's this little square. So I want this square to be at the center of the 16 by 16 tile, I guess. So let's do that. It's this bit. Right, okay. So it's this bit here. Okay. So that means I'm going to have to move all this stuff up. How much? I don't know yet. What's the center of this thing? Ah, it's right here. So it's over here. So I have to move all this up a bit. There we go. Now this is the pile centered on the tile itself, right? There's a bunch of white space here, but that's fine. I wonder. Yeah, because then you can get a character to walk around here. And it's centered on the grid itself. Yeah, the pile is now centered on the grid. Yeah, that looks better. It's a good thing. The new art looks good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'd probably make sure to get rid of some noise that came from the copying and pasting. Oh, yeah. I'll do a little bit of cleanup for sure. But for now, this should be good enough. But yeah. I wonder if I should, do a little test here. I'm gonna move this. You know, just a big pile of fish. All scrunch up next to each other. I wonder how that looks. I'll need some grass. Give me a second. Yeah, that's looking a bit... That looks like a lot of fish. That's a lot of fish right there. Yeah, I do need to clean this up a bit, but for now I think I'm gonna worry about other stuff now. I'm actually gonna try to put fish into this bowl or into this pot. See if it looks good. Should look okay, right? How long have you been doing that for? You make it look so easy. Quite a while now, actually. I don't know, about... It's hard to say, but... 7, 8 years? Something like that? It's not like I'm very good at it, but, you know. I try. I dabble here and there. Okay, let's see. The entry spot for a pod is gonna be... How big? Is it this? Okay. Perfect. So our fishes have got to come out of this little spot right here. Let's see. See if I can make it I'm gonna try to do something. I'm gonna rotate this fish and I'm gonna try to put it in. Kind of like this. Then I'm gonna copy this again. Oh, wait, no. If I'm gonna do that, I'd rather copy this one. Go. Right here, if you please. And then I'm gonna copy you again. That. I'm gonna put you over here. Should be fine. Both sides of the fish coming out. Let's see how this looks. Okay, so I gotta cut thereabouts. Okay. Something like this. I wonder if this is gonna look any good. We'll see. So where's the pot at? I need to put this a bit upper, don't I? Probably way upper than I think I should, but okay. Go. Yeah, just by 1 pixel. Are you kidding? So I can now pick this up and this one, combine. And suddenly it's a pot filled with fish. That looks so weird. But I love it though. I love it so much. It looks so derpy. Probably need a little bit of line art. Overflowing a fish, yeah. Make sure that's some stink lines coming from it. Oh yeah, I'll have to do that eventually for sure. A little bit of a stinking cloud. We'll see. But yeah, so just something like that. The line art is a bit iffy though. I wonder if it's just the pot line art. Okay, let me just do something here. Wait, what color is this? This is not in the palette? What? Oh, are these pots the old colors? They probably are. They don't look like it though. Oh no, they're not. What? Okay, anyway, whatever. Yeah, a little bit of colored line art would help it here. Yeah. Ew. Toxic, true. No, to make it truly toxic, you'd have to do something like this. To make it truly radioactive, you know. There you go. Now it's perfect. Some little stink lines coming out of it. You know, or if I want to make it cartoony. A few little stink bubbles. You know, they're poison now. Don't touch them, they're actual poison. There you go. Oh man. J chat, I hope everyone has a nice weekend. Take care. Thank you so much, Fire. Take care. I hope you have a great weekend. Thank you. Thank you so much. You could do the Minecraft potion particle effect or something along those lines. Yeah. No, but this is just a little joke. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. This is just a little joke. I'm gonna keep it here because it's cute. But yeah. I want to see if this looks less. Yeah, without the black line art, the black outline, it does look a little bit better. If it's just a more colored outline, it doesn't look as bad. Yeah, yeah. Let me test out with other pots here. Oh, this one. And I don't know, this one. Still gonna grab a few just to get a feel for it. Okay. Oh, let's color them. Let's color the line art. Yeah, that looks a lot better with colored line art. There we go. Yeah, that's looking cool. Yeah. Have a nice weekend, Fire. Yeah, but you know, I like it. I like it. You know, even this little pile, as chaotic as it is, you know, it's kind of okay. Looks a little weird, but you know. It's fine. This file is starting to become too small. All right, let's resize this. There we go. Let's move the fish up here. There we are. I should also get going. I'm on vacations. Ooh, nice. What, is it a whole week? And yeah, have a nice vacation. One week, 2 more next month. Well, very cool. Very cool. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah. I'll see you the week after the next one, I guess then. Unless you're going to be around at home during the vacation. But yeah. Enjoy your vacations. And thank you so much for being here today. I'll still be around. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah. All good. irrespective of that, you don't need to, right? I do appreciate it, but you don't need to. Enjoy your vacation, you know? You don't... you don't need to, you know, probably working more on my stuff than work itself, but I'll be home with the kiddo. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. That's cool. Yeah, that's pretty nice. Yeah. Very nice. All right. Let's move on with the other stuff. Otherwise, because I'm looking at the fish and just trying to find ways to improve it. But for now, this is good enough. I'll just move on to something else. Thanks for the stream, Anusha. Have a nice weekend, chat. Have a nice weekend next. Thank you so much. And yeah, I'll see you next week then. Stay safe. Have a nice weekend. Thank you so much. All right. It's stone time. These were supposed to be stones. Initially, I did this as kind of like iron bars, but you can tell that, you know, they don't look particularly shiny. If I wanted to do iron bars, I would have done them a little differently. This is because I didn't have a lot of colors in the old palette. I still don't, but at least now I know better. You know, now I have this thing. It's got a lot more colors than it initially did. So nowadays for iron, I would do something like this. Possibly a little bit of a highlight here. A little specular so that it can read as something shiny. Hiya, Dirk Lover. Welcome. I hope you're doing good. Iron Bars is the cool rapper brother of Iron Man. True. His music absolutely slaps. It raises the bar. Okay, I'll stop. Thank you so much, Dirk Lover. Thank you so much. Cheers. But yeah, anyway, that's besides the point. For stones, do I want to make them random sizes? Because I do have a few stones here somewhere. Let me see if I can find them. Where did I put them? Did I not open it? I probably didn't open it. Give me a second. Is it this thing? Oh no, these were my first experiments with grass. Oh god. It looks hideous. Close it. No, we don't want to look at that. Where is that? Are those here? Did I make the... No, but I did them somewhere. I don't remember where I did them, but... Okay, give me a second. This is gonna take a while to find... Where did I put that? Nature? Ah, here they are. Okay, perfect. Where are all the... here are all the variations I did, I think. I think it's all these. But these have the grass on them. I don't want the ones with the grass on them. Let's see. Which ones did I pick here? This one. Huh? This one. Yeah. There's these two small ones. Then this one, I think. Yeah. Finally, this one, I think. Oh, but it's shaded slightly differently. I think it's this one. Yeah, it's this one. Okay. So So these are the basic stones that I've got. I mean, they're not gonna... Let me just put them here as a reference. There we go. Get this thing out of here. Do I want to make them oddly shaped or not? Because I think I may want to do that. They didn't have a lot of ways to... They used a lot of oddly shaped rocks in all sorts of places. They didn't, you know... They used whatever was on hand. They didn't try to make it neat and tidy. How am I gonna do that though? How would I pile these things? Let me look up real quick here. I mean, I could just make a very simple pile, a rock pile. Yeah, kind of something like this, I guess. This was kind of what I was thinking of doing. Something like this. Maybe this could work, you know? Do a little base and then start from there. Let me look up a few more. But yeah, I mean, that's pretty much that. Rocks. Yeah. Rocks are pretty cool. Oh, here's even one in a pile of in a bed of grass. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Something like this, right? Something like this could work. Possibly. Rocks are cool, but they're better in my stomach. I see. Can one procedurally generate random items? Trees, rocks, bears, flowers, based on a set pixel limit and color palette? I mean, you'd have to give it some sort of base, right? But yeah, you can totally do that. You just need to create the base for it and then piece together some different bits, right? So for example, a bear, right? You'd have different body sizes, different body shapes, different heads, that sort of thing, right? And then your randomization process would be choosing one of those pieces, putting one for each of those pieces, putting them together, and then you'd have a random set. As for the pixel limit and color palette, the color palette is you can just, do what it's called palette shifting. So usually you do something like you do something in a certain color like this, right? With a bit of shade here and there. Maybe a snout here in the middle. This is gonna look like the scrungliest bear you've ever seen, but that's okay. Now it kind of looks like another thing, but that's okay. But anyway, basically what you'd do in this case would then you do what's called palette shifting. So you've got this in a certain palette range, right? And then in the game, you'd replace this gradient by another. So for example, if you want to make it green, I mean, this is just a very extreme example, right? You'd pick the lightest green for this bit, the second lightest green for this bit, third lightest here, and so on and so forth until, you get a different variation. And this applies to any color. And this could be more subtle, right? You could use different brown shades. You could use even white shades for white bears, right? Stuff like that. If you want a blue bear, do the same thing. Lightest shade, second lightest, third lightest, And you keep doing that and you get random variations for stuff. This looks so weird. Just generated a 3D model and rendered it at a low resolution. Could do that too, That's always a valid way to do it. But that's a lot of work, to be fair. Just trying to look up rock pictures. This one destroyed me. Look, y'all, free rocks. Oh man, I just find the weirdest things while looking for reference images. It's so funny. I vote for procedurally generated bears that attack the villagers based on their political affiliation and which herbs they collected. True. That sounds like a good idea. There's an add-on that creates pixel art from 3D models. I never came around to using it. There are different workflows for that, but usually the only thing you really need to do is have your 3D model, and then when you render it, you just render it to a low resolution texture, right? And you know, with a few parameters, you can keep the colors to a relative minimum, right? So that it's easier to translate into actual pixel art that people are used to seeing, right? Yeah, but there's a lot of workflows for that, for sure. Those rocks were clearly protesting the imprisoning of other rocks. True. Free our brethren. They deserve to be free. No longer will humans crush us under their heel. Free rocks. Exactly. Okay, let me look up that reference I just picked up. Yeah, I think this one looks the best by far. I like this one. I'm gonna try to use this one as ref. Let's see. They're going through some hard times. True. Humans have for too long collected us. Exactly. For too long has humanity oppressed us. There's a palette near the rocks. Why does it have vertical strips? Wait, which one? Vertical strips? This one? This thing? Forgetting us in their pockets and throwing us washing machines. Many a rock have suffered such a fate. It's true. So that's why the little rocks get in people's shoes to try and free their people. Yeah, they're fighting against the oppression and tyranny of humanity, basically. This one. Oh, this is the palette that I'm using. I don't like it particularly, but this is just the color ramps of the palette that I'm using. But when you mean vertical strips, these things? Or these things? Too many colors. You'd think that, but I am suffering with the lack of colors. The dark vertical pixel wide lines. Yeah, these are just to separate colors, I think. I just grabbed this from the person who did the palette. I'm assuming they did this so that the colors wouldn't get too confusing. Because if you scrunch this up all into one, the colors do bleed out a bit into each other. You know, it's harder to tell them apart, I guess. I guess that's why they did that. In certain cases, right? Not everything is going to look like that, but yeah. In some cases, they look way too close to each other, so it's hard to tell them apart. I guess that's why they did that, yeah. Yeah, that's, I guess that's it. In certain cases, you know, from here to here, it's easy to see, right? They're very different, but in other ramps, it's kind of hard to get that done. Yeah. There are too many similar colors. That is also true. That's the thing. I was trying to keep the palette for the game to be very limited, because I wanted to give off that old school feel, right? But I found that it's just not enough. For the kind of stuff that I want to do, having this few colors is actually detrimental. Very detrimental, actually. But you are absolutely correct, Will. There are way too many similar colors, and some colors are missing. I need to work on that. I need to find a new palette. Hopefully I'll do that this weekend. That's my rabbit hole for this weekend, is actually trying to find a cool palette that will work for the game. Or if all else fails, if by the end of this weekend, because I've already spent countless hours searching for a palette, right? If by the end of this weekend I spend another bunch of hours and I still don't get a good palette, I guess I'll just bite the bullet and do it myself. I'll just do a palette on my own. Although that's going to be a little scary because my color theory is very rusty. Let's just put it that way. It leaves my color picking skills leave much to be desired. Let's just say that. Hi, Tinspin. Welcome. Talking Firefox memory leak yesterday. I'm back to de-googled Chromium. It uses too much RAM, but it does not leak. Ah, okay. Well, there you go. Welcome in. And it's missing some pretty useful niches. Yeah. Absolutely. I see. Thank you. No problem. C64 palette for a challenge. I mean, the thing is, I've actually researched all the palettes from old consoles, right? But I think the Commodore 64 is by far one of the most limited, isn't it? I think it is, because I spent a bit going through. What was it? There is a Wikipedia article that lists all of them. The major palettes, basically. And yeah, some of them were pretty limited. I mean, you can still do some cool stuff with it, but you know, I'm when you're trying to do different materials in such a low resolution, it's really, really hard to do. That's the problem. You could just randomly generate palettes until something good comes up. Maybe, but I don't want to leave it off to chance too much. I feel like that's just winging it a bit too much for my tastes. I'm really bad at colors, so my only visual guide until now was just eyeballing it. It looks fine, I guess. I mean, hey, that's what I do most of the time too, right? That's why I want to leave the palette making to someone who is actually more qualified to do it than me. But if it comes to a point where I don't find an actual palette that I like and that looks good on the game, hey, I mean, you know, that Thanos meme, fine, I'll do it myself. That'll be me, you know. That'll be it. But yeah, that's also my whole thing for until now has been that. It's been yeah, that looks okay. Sure, let's go with that. 60 colors, all brown. Yes. Oh, perfect. That looks like perfection to me. I mean, I don't know. Do the Virtual Boy. Wait, what is the color palette for Virtual Boy? Let me look it up. I spent countless hours looking it up, you know. It's a whole thing. Wait, this is just the Game Boy but red. Unless I'm looking for the wrong one. Maybe I got the wrong one. You have to dither. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, dithering is okay if you're doing a very big piece. On stuff that is this tiny, dithering looks like noise. It just looks like random noise. That's the problem. I used to edit photos on a monitor, which was not color accurate, and my pictures kept looking whack. I had to offset it by first exporting, post review and edit, then re-export. Yeah, sometimes they do that. Yeah. Add dither for that rock solid 80s feel. I mean, yeah, dithering is a cool tool. I do like using it from time to time. But in pieces as small as this, dithering adds a lot of noise to it. It washes out the shapes a little bit. In bigger pieces, it looks very, very good. I've actually seen a bunch of pieces that look very good, but in stuff this small, it just looks like noise, unfortunately. Just ask ChatGPT. Hi at 12. I mean, no, I wouldn't trust ChatGPT with my colors. No, I don't think that's wise. At least you constrain yourself to a palette. I'm just picking random colors and textures. Hey, I mean, whatever works, you know? If that's what you gotta do, that's what you gotta do, you know? And you say that, but I am over here struggling by the fact that, oh, this palette doesn't have the exact shade of green or brown or yellow or blue that I need, right? So I am suffering more than you. So you're smarter than me, right? Don't discount that. It's fine. Just pick a color you like and that's it. Just go with it. You know, it's fine. It's totally fine. Whoops, all red. Yeah, it is all red. Yeah. 50 Shades of Brown. Wait, what? I mean, hey, there's a lot of brown, all right? There's a lot of brown in nature. There's a lot of green in nature, you know? It's useful, you know? True. Yeah, that's the only problem. I love dithering. I do use it in bigger pieces, but for stuff this small, it doesn't look very good. At least from my experience, because I've tried it on a bunch of pieces, and most of them don't look very good at all. Because it just becomes a little mesh, right? It just becomes it's so small that it kind of becomes noise. That's the problem. Okay, let's see here. How am I gonna do little rocks? I'm gonna use these colors, I guess. Yeah, that'll do. How am I going to do a little pile of rocks? Let's see. I'm gonna do just some random shapes and then just go with it, I guess. Oh, ads are starting in about 50-ish seconds, right? I will take a quick break during that ad break. And then I'll come back. Just letting y'all know if you start suddenly seeing ads, sorry about that, first of all. And second of all, yeah, just I'll be gone so you won't miss out on anything. So don't worry. Dithering relies on humans' eyes auto-averaging colors over large space. If the space is small, it doesn't work. Yeah, that's the thing. That's exactly right. Yeah. When it's really small, it's really hard to do that. Because, you know, you see from the... there is this article, right? On Wikipedia. I can't find it anymore. But yeah, they kind of color correct a picture, right? But pictures are big. They have a lot of color information. So dithering there looks good. Looks perfectly fine. But it's a picture. It's pretty big. So yeah. Because when you look at it from afar, you can kind of average out what the colors are doing. So yeah. When it's small, it doesn't do that. It just looks like a little checker pattern. Do little shapes, I guess. Little round shapes. I'm just gonna freeform this stuff for now, and then we'll see. I'm gonna do a bunch of different. And then I'll correct them or do some other stuff with it. Some of these are going to look pretty close, but yeah. Oh, ads are in. Okay. Sorry about that. All right. I will take a quick break, like I mentioned, and I'll be back in a few minutes. So I'll see you on the other side. Pew. Hello, everybody. I have returned. I didn't forget to do the jazz hands this time. Dithering works best in PSX games. Yeah, PSX does do good with that, for sure, for sure. What's up with the style being so popular lately? Because it's cool, you know? Ye old PS1 games and such. They're so cool. I love it. I love that aesthetic. I want to do a game like that one day. That'll look so cool. One day I'll do it. After this one. If this one ever finishes. That is actually even remotely successful to the point that I can make a next game. We'll see. It's good, but I've liked it for years. Yeah, I'm kind of biased on that one, but you know, it's cool. I like it, you know? What are those shapes? Are they cropolites? They're supposed to be little stones. I'm gonna render them in a bit, yeah. You need the Terminator to say, I'll be back when you leave. Maybe. Make game and then get job. I mean, that'd be cool. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, we'll see. All right, let's paint this stuff. Let's see what this looks like painted. I don't like this background. But okay, I'll work with it. It's fine. All right, let's use these colors. So this is the mid-tone. Dark. Light. Yeah, that'll do. Even this. I'm gonna have to repaint these when I start putting them together, you know, in a pile, but yeah, for now, I'll just do this. This one might be too big. Yeah, it's crazy how people strived for realistic graphics, and now when we got them, people want the old broken graphics or something stylized because it looks a bit more unique, right? You know, when you try to do realism, sure, it's impressive the first few times, but after a while, it just becomes same old, you know? It kind of becomes boring. When stuff is stylized, it has a bit more life to it, you know? It rests on your head a bit more, you know? You kind of feel the uniqueness of it a bit more. Typical example of the human mind's wants and needs. Yeah, I guess. I'm a fan of cozy art styles. Yeah, those look pretty good. Yeah. The Uncanny Valley is very real as well. There is that too. Yeah, there is that too. I mean, it's always improving. And I'm not saying that realistic games shouldn't exist, right? Those things, you know, pushing the envelope in that sort of area, that's fine, you know? But, you know, we've already got real life to do real life, right? You know, sure, having a few games that mimic it, sure, that'd be a cool graphical experiment. But I think, in a way, simplicity and, you know, a very cohesive and strong art style can trump that any day. For sure. Every game in Unreal Engine looks the same at this point without a good art direction. Yeah, that's the thing. It's very easy. If you're striving to make your game to be the pinnacle of graphics, right? And try to be as realistic as possible, you'll just look like the myriad amount of games that exist out there that tried to do the same, right? Unless you've got a very good art team, or unless you let your art team do a few interesting things with it, because people, a lot of those games have good art teams, but they just are locked into doing that, right? So just getting that out of the way. Yeah, if you let your art team actually design something to not be 100% realistic, but to have a little bit of flair, that's what lands with people. I think that's what makes people remember fondly the graphics of games, right? Because it speaks to them. It's not just, oh, it's a field of grass, just like real life, like I saw a bajillion other times, right? There's something to it. The colors were off. The shapes were a bit off. The stuff didn't feel exactly like real life. It was interesting. It was nice to look at, right? They made it past the valley, but not everyone can do it. It's very difficult. It's definitely very difficult. I shouldn't give them line art, but Cozy Azeroth. What a cool name. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Welcome in. Sounds like you can't wait for a WoW housing to drop in. They were pushing that real soon, weren't they? I've been out of it because I don't play World of Warcraft, but I have heard news that they were pushing out the housing update soon. Thank you. What tool you're using to make sprites? This is a sprite. I'll actually type it in because you might get the wrong name. A sprite, like that. That's what I'm using. Yes, housing, coziness abounds. Exactly, having a little home, decorating it, putting some neat stuff on there, having a little rug by the fireplace. It's pretty cool. I can finally own a house in World of Warcraft. There you go. Yeah. Finally, we can all be the owners of our very own abodes in Minecraft. Wow, you thought it was real life? No, we're not doing that here. That ain't happening. I'm sorry to say. Oh, that'll do. WoW house is better than real house. Hey, I mean, you do you. Awesome, thanks. I'm working on a retro fighting game in Pico 8. Ooh, you're working in Pico 8? That's so cool. But we'll be moving to a more professional tool next time. I'm a completely self-taught programmer, though. I don't really know the lay of the land. That's totally fine. Don't worry about it. It's totally okay. Yeah, but that's pretty cool. I've actually never, I've played a lot of Pico 8 games before, but I've never actually done a game in there. It does look pretty cool, though. I should try it sometime. I know that Celeste, the game, originally came from there. But yeah, I've never actually done anything with it. Maybe I should. Maybe I should one of these days. Finally, a place where you can get affordable housing. Finally, all you have to do is pay the subscription of $9.99. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know exactly how much a WoW subscription is, but just pay your rent of $9.99 and finally you can afford a house. Finally, the world housing crisis is solved. Oh man, I'm just laughing, trying not to cry. You know, it's one of those moments. I'm not allowing myself to start another Godot project until the GMTK Game Jam this year. Ah, when is it? I've been a little bit out of the loop on that one. I haven't done game jams in a while. Yeah, these will do. I'll have to make more variations down the line. Maybe even rotate a little differently. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, this could be far, far worse. Yeah, that'll do. Sure. Oh, I also, let me see if this, what happens? That works too. Sure. Why the heck not? You know? Yeah, it's fine. I just made my first isometric building. Pretty cool. Very cool. Very cool. Glad to hear it. Pico 8 is awesome. Having limits imposed makes development like a puzzle. Yeah. I do like those sorts of tools that, you know, limit your ability, but they don't limit your creativity, you know? It's pretty cool. I grew up programming games in BASIC as a kid in the 80s, so the look and feel of Pico 8 works for me. I also teach logic/philosophy, so I'm picking up the coding without too much trouble. Ah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, glad to hear that you're making progress with that. That's pretty nice. Starts on the 30th. What, this month? 30th of July? Oh, so it's just almost 3 weeks away. Ah, interesting. Check out Picotron 2, the sequel. It's kind of like a fantasy desktop environment. It still has limits, but they're much higher, so you can make like old PC games and stuff. Ah, that's interesting. I didn't hear about that one. I didn't know about Picotron. I'll have to look it up sometime. That is so cool. Ends on the 3rd. Ah, okay. Makes sense. I've only done Bracky's game jams because I learned Unity with him. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I kneel to people who programmed in BASIC back in the day. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty badass. I prefer self-imposed limits. That way I can cheat down the road and actually make something others will pay for, maybe, though it looks unlikely so far. Hey, you know, you just do what you think is best. It's totally fine. Assembly is pretty cool. Okay, I like assembly. Don't come at me. I like assembly. I mean, to make something, you need to do a bunch of stuff to just make the simplest stuff. But I don't know, there's something nice to it. I don't know. Don't come at me. Punch cards is a bit too extreme for me though, but it's still cool. I made something like 13 jam games and kind of got tired of that, to be honest. Yeah, that was the thing for me too. I mean, I love making jam games. I love making small games and having that restriction. But for me, my creativity and my motivation really shines with projects that are kind of complex and that take a bit more than that. But yeah, I've done a bunch of game jams too. Yeah. That's why I want to move beyond Pico 8. As awesome as it is, I want to start learning tools that will let me distribute/sell games more broadly. Makes sense. And you should. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to be doing a 6-day game jam where you make a Minecraft server. Ah, starts tomorrow. Very cool. Very cool. My little selfish ego craves for more. I totally feel you. All right. You are among friends here. It's fine. I totally feel you on that one. I program my games in Dwarf Fortress using pressure plates and vampires. That's how I wrote my engine too. I'll have to look into that. I never actually tried to use Dwarf Fortress for that. But hey, if that's an option, I'll take it, you know? I'll drop Godot right this instant. You know? Godot is a thing of the past. Dwarf Fortress, step right up. Oh man. I'm going to the Computer History Museum in Mountain View, California next month. Oh, that's nice. I'm assuming CA is California, right? I'm a bit off on the whole America state acronyms, but I think CA is California, right? And they have a playable version of Space War running on punch cards on a working PDP one. Oh, that's so cool. Nice. That's really nice. Right. You're among friends. You're yay friends. Yay friends. So cool. California. Okay, gotcha. It's, you know, some of them I might get confused for, but thank you for clarifying that. Dwarf Fortress gameplay stream. No. We're one step above that, Tin Spin. Dwarf Fortress game development stream. All right. We're doing it, as Kako said, with pressure plates and vampires. That's the only thing we can do. Oh man. Frick it. I'm no longer using Godot. Time to make games in Excel. Hey, I mean, whatever you need to do your thing, right? Making Dwarf Fortress in Dwarf Fortress, that would be a task and a half. For sure. For sure. That would be just absolutely insanity. That idea gives me anxiety. I won't lie, me too. I won't lie. Oh, I probably should have kept the non-line art stuff. Give me a second. Because I want to pile them up next to each other. And the line art is going to prevent me from doing that. All right, let's try to do a little rock pile. Okay. Making Minecraft in Dwarf Fortress and then making Dwarf Fortress in the Minecraft you just made. Oh god. We're going too deep, y'all. You need to calm down. You need to chill. All right? You need to stop. You're becoming too much of mad. This is too much madness. All right? Y'all need to stop. Oh, actually, I also want to do this version. Yeah, that'll help. Is it too meta? Maybe. It's totally fine. It's fine. I know y'all are just joking around. Oh, I should make little pebbles too. To help out sell the idea that these are rocks that are kind of crumbling apart. Maybe like making very, very small stones. I'm just afraid that they won't read as stones. That's the problem. Let's see. Can I make a little bit of a... Just the tiniest little nugget. You know, something like that. You know, something so tiny that's just... Oh, yeah, I don't have a lot of ways to do it, but yeah. Is this the real life? The real life? Is this just fantasy? Yeah, there's not a lot of variation I can do here. There's only so much stuff I can do with such a small amount of pixels, to be fair. Here's a video of the Pico 8 game I'm working on. Oh, yes. I'd love to take a look at it. It may be baby programming, but I'm rather proud of it. Hey, you know, you got to do what you got to do, right? We are being generated by AI right now. Let's hope not. Good Lord. Can you imagine? Yeesh. All right. Let me just... Give me a sec. I've never actually seen a Pico 8 development up close. Now that I think about it. I was watching you, I'm assuming this is the coding, right? I've never actually seen... Wait, is this a Dragon Ball? I'm sure you probably get that question a lot, but... I'm the world's first AGI. Oh, God. But it looks kind of neat. Yeah. Oh, let's see. Okay. I see. Kakarot. Yeah, no. In this case, we got Goku versus Frieza. All right. It's a Dragon Ball Z fan project. Gotcha. Kakarot. So it's a little fighting game, right? It looks like it. It looks very cute. I love the little sprites down here. They look very cute. See if I can catch up a bit further down the line. Oh, there it is. Let's see. Okay, so you're still in development of it. Got it. The video doesn't show the fight mechanics much since we're working on the game look, but we have punching and key blast projectiles so far. Ah, that's pretty cool. Right. Yeah, makes sense. Oh, it even has a little sound editor. Huh. I'm actually quite taken by this. Yeah. Oh, so this is a little sprite editor. Because these are the characters, right? I'm assuming that this is where you edit the characters and all. This all looks so cool. Man, I have to try it one of these days. Oh, there's the blasts. Okay, I just jumped to a random place and the guy was just like, pew pew. Finger guns. Hey. Let's go. This is so cool. Yeah, it looks pretty nice. You should be proud of it. It looks pretty cool. Yeah. Goku wins round 1. Let's go. Get out of here, Frieza. Get out of here. Fighting games are awesome. I play Tekken quite a bit. Ah, I see. I have a friend who plays Tekken quite a bit too. I like watching fighting games. I'm not that good at playing them. Yeah. Guys, I'm actually a superior being and you're just a Saiyan monkey. Calm down there. Calm down. It has a built-in sprite editor, sound effects editor, map editor, and music editor. Ah, so it's like a whole all-in-one. All right. Yeah, because I've like I mentioned, I did play a lot of Pico 8 games, but I've never actually used the editor. But it looks pretty cute. It looks pretty sweet. Yeah. It's about 60 hours of work into it so far. Not bad for amateur. Hey, I mean, you're making quite a thing. So yeah, absolutely. Looking pretty good. It's a process to learn how, but it did help me learn how frames actually work. Ah, right. Yeah, usually that helps. Beaten by a monkey. I love the Dragon Ball memes. Them Dragon Ball memes are everything. Yeah, some little droplets here and there. I think they help, yeah. The only real pain point is the code editor's chunkiness. So much scrolling. Yeah, because I did notice in the video. Yeah, the code editor does feel like it's a bit hard to manage big files. Because even the font that it's using is kind of chunky. It's hard to read sometimes. Because it's all in caps lock. Yeah, I can get that for sure. I mean, the syntax highlighting helps a little bit. But yeah, I can see that. Yeah, I can totally see that. Apparently there's a way to link it to other code editors. Ah, that'd be neat. Yeah, if you could do that. I mean, sure, it kind of loses that whole aesthetic feel of doing everything within the console, right? But if it helps your eyes, yeah, by all means, just do that instead. Most people don't use yes. I personally just don't like Lua syntax. Oh, does Pico use Lua? I tried using Lua once, but I never got too far into it. I'm the kind of guy to do it the hard way. Hey, I mean, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. If you want to do it the hard way, in this very own stream, people have told me that I like doing it the hard way, so I can totally, feel you. So no problems whatsoever. Oh, so Pico is using Lua. Okay. If statement, then code end. Gotcha. Okay. It's a version of Lua. I find the syntax intuitive, more or less, coming from basic Python. Ah, yeah, then that makes sense. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, that does make sense. I for one, I tried using Lua back in the day because back then people were touting it as like a programming language that was used for scripting pretty much everywhere, including World of Warcraft. So I thought, hey, I'm going to learn this a little bit. But I don't know. I tried it for a little and then I just dropped it for some reason. I don't even remember why. I just never got too much into it, I suppose. I should overlap these stones a little bit. If I do that, that'll help. Let's see. But if I do that, they'll mesh with each other, and that'll be even worse. And this could be the beginning of it, sure, but isn't it just for the UI and WoW though? I'm not sure. It's a decent scripting language, but I just prefer Python for simple scripts. Yeah, it makes sense. But you know, people will use different programming languages for different stuff. That's always been the case. It depends a lot on preference. It depends on a lot of things. Let's see if I add line art to this or an outline. Let's see how it looks. Probably pretty bad, but you know. This is one of my earlier game programming attempts, an extremely simple slot machine game with a recreation of graphics match for the TI-99 4A, but in JavaScript and P5.js. P5, I'm assuming that's Phaser, right? I think that's Phaser. But maybe I'm a bit off on that. Oh, it's even a little beep. Oh, it's different than Phaser? Okay, gotcha. It has a little beep. Huh? 2 lemons. Perfect. I like lemons. Lemons are cool. There you go. Yeah, but this looks pretty neat. Oh, you're hosting it on GitHub. That's pretty cool. Yeah, because it's a web project, so it makes sense. What's this on the floor? Oh, Nex left his wallet. Here's his ID. Some cash too. 680 euro. I'll just hold on to this and give it back to him later. Yeah, don't. He won't need it, right? It's fine. It's fine. That scared me. I'm so sorry about that. I thought they were coming for me. No, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, there we go. No more beeps and boops. Yeah, but this looks pretty neat. Ah, there we go. Jackpot. We did it. There. I didn't want to close this before getting the jackpot, and there we go. I did it, fam. I got them jackpots with diamonds. It's a near exact copy of the original game, but for touchscreens and no sprites. The graphics are all drawn by rectangles. Ah, that's pretty neat. That's pretty cool. We beat the game. GG's. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, we just beat it. We hit the jackpot. That's it. That is pretty much it. All right, let's add light art to this. See if I can get anywhere. I think this is gonna look pretty bad, but we'll see. It does look a little iffy. I mean, maybe if I put it against the backdrop, maybe that won't be so bad. Where's my... That's the thing. They don't look like a pile, though. They just look like random assorted rocks in the middle of the field. I think that's the problem. Yeah, it's just not... They're not piled on enough. They look just like a natural, if weird, formation of rocks. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do this slightly differently. Okay, let's try something else. Oh, Yanis, welcome. I hope you're doing good. Hello. How are things? I hope everything's doing good. I hope you're having a nice Friday. Welcome in. Welcome right in. Okay, let's try something else. I'm gonna do different colors for this. And then we'll see what I can come up with. Here's the code for that graphics match game. It's because it has the sound bits and everything. Yeah. Is it just this file? Makes sense, yeah. There's a lot of stuff here, you know, drawing and playing sounds and all of that. Yeah, but it looks pretty nice. Looks pretty cool. And the p5.js library. Yeah, makes sense. Let's make them big on the bottom. And then I'll make them smaller as we go up. I think that's the key to this. Then I can... Some like this, right? No, but that one's pretty big. I just don't want to make them look too round, otherwise they'll look kind of bad. rock here, I guess. We'll paint it later, but I don't. It has to look a little bit more lopsided, otherwise it'll look kind of unnatural. Yeah. Okay, let's center this up a little bit more. That should do. Another one here, I guess. Just like a little cairn of stones, I suppose. Different shape. Yeah, if they're all bundled together like this, they look less like an assorted amount of rocks that just happen to be there and more like someone put them there that way. I think that looks a bit better as shape goes. Yeah, this will do. Let's try. See if I can make something out of this. Okay. I have to be careful with the you know, the stuff transition between the rocks. So this first one, that's at the front. Okay, now I need I'll need a different color for this one in the back. Otherwise it'll just get mixed up with everything else. Pixel art is not my strong suit. Thankfully for the Dragon Ball Z game, I'm working on it with a friend who did all of the sprites. I blame Atari to 2600 games where the player was often just a square anyway. Hey, I mean, you know, there's a lot that you can do with just a tiny bit of space, right? Sure, it won't be, you know, it won't be very detailed, right? But at least you'll get some mileage out of it, for sure. You can definitely do that. No problem at all. Okay. How does this look with line art on top of it? Not as bad as I thought, but still not exactly what I wanted. But I'll... What if I do the line art just for this one at the front? Oh, okay. Yeah, that works. I think at least it sells it a little bit better. Yeah. Definitely much better than this thing. Oh yeah, okay. Not even close. Not even close. Let me see. What about this? Okay. Let's see with what I had previously. You know, no doing the line art for the top one or for the front one. Let's see how it looks like. I think it looks worse, but you know, could just be me. I think it looks better with the line art on. You know, singling out the front one kind of brings out the depthness of it all. But at the same time, if I'm gonna do that, then what about outlining them all? Would that work? Transition looks a little less subtle though. I don't like it as much. It kind of loses some of the definition that was in there. Because it's all being eaten up by the line art, I guess. But I like this shape. It definitely gives it a more man-made pile than, you know, just assorted rocks thrown all over the place. Probably should do a few more variations of this, but... What would this look like with another stone on top? Because I want to make this variable, right? Let me just do, okay, move down a little bit. Okay, let's see. Actually, come here. There we go. Oops. There we go. Now, let's add a rock on top of this one. Just to see if that helps. Maybe two. One or two. We'll see. Give me what? I've already used most of the colors. Give me purple. Sure. No, wait. Purple I've already used. Give me brown, I guess. It's a cool mushroom bunch. Almost, but not quite. For mushrooms, I'll do stuff later. Because I do want to add mushrooms in. I think they'll look very cute, especially around trees and stuff. Yeah. Little patches of grass, little mushrooms. It's gonna look cute. Let's see. I'm gonna break the silhouette a little bit, but I'm kind of afraid of. I'm gonna put it on top of everything. So, okay, so this is the base. But then it's too big. That's the problem. It looks kind of too big. And too oval. And too round. And too everything. Yeah, it's just... something like this. Give me just a minute, everybody. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Hello, everybody. Sorry about that. Had to take a little detour, a little break right there. But I'm back now. All right, let's see if I can finish at least this pile of stones before I go today. That'd be nice. This is too big, though. I'm gonna just draw one and put it on top of it. I think that's the best I can do here. I want it to be tall, but at the same time, not too tall, now that I think about it. What if I made it less round? A bit more straight, a bit more like a... that looks too weird. This could work. Kinda. A really funky bunch. Yeah. For sure. For sure. This looks too perfect-y. I want it to look perfect. Maybe I'll make them a bit more jagged. I could also make a few jagged stones. Like I did on this first example that I did over here. Yeah, something like this. Something a bit more jagged. Oh, ads are starting in a minute. Wait, what time is it? Oh my gosh, it's so late. But I still want to work a little bit. I want to finish this. I guess I'll just let these ads play out. And I'll keep on working for a bit more. I have a bit of time today because it's Friday. You know, it's not a... I do have a bit of leeway today. Let the ads play this time. Oh, do I really want to do this though? Kind of looks a little bit iffy. For my next project, I want to create something inspired by Pixar, which was in turn inspired by Adventure of the Atari 2600. I see. You know what this reminds me of? It's not the same thing, but it reminds me of the Pitfall game. That's what it reminds me of. Okay, ads have started. I'll take a quick break and I'll come back as soon as it finishes because I want to finish this stone. So I'll see you guys in a bit. Pew. Hello, everybody. I have returned. Oop. Give me a second. I bumped onto my mug. Thankfully, nothing happened. So it's fine. All right, let's see if I can finish this before I have to go and make dinner and stuff. Doesn't look very. It's kind of weird. Okay, give me something else. It's way too big. Maybe just a big chunk. Yeah, big chunk should do it. That could work. No, but wait, if I put it here, then it won't. It needs to be taller. That's the thing. Can I just make it taller without making it look weird? Hi, Bruden. Welcome, welcome. Welcome in. Welcome in. I can just make it like pretty large, but that's a big chunk right there. Not sure about this one, really. It's way too big. Maybe I'll just do 2 other stones. I like the shape of this one. Maybe I'll do that. I'll put this one on here. Yeah, that could work. I could put this one on top of these 2. Kind of like this. And then another one over here. Kind of making it a two layered thingy. All right, get out of here. You look hideous. I'm late today. That's totally fine. Don't worry about it. Welcome in. Welcome in. I'm pretty close to finishing here. That is true, but I'll still be here for a little bit. I want to finish this this rock thingy. My mom just got engaged today. She has a new surname now. It's so weird. I see. Well, congratulations to your mom. Yeah, I can see why that would be weird. Yeah. But yeah, congratulations. I hope. I guess. Okay. Let's. That could work. I feel if I'm going to do this, I've got to run, but I'll tune in next time with the catch you stream. But thank you so much, Cozy Hazarat. Thank you so much. Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna stream during the weekend. I usually don't stream during weekends and Mondays. Unfortunately, I don't have there's stuff I need to do during those days. But yeah, from Tuesday onward, I'll be on again, so you can catch me then. But thank you so much for being here. I do appreciate it. Thank you so much. I could flip this, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna just do one. Good work. Noted. Until next time. Till next time, Cozy Azra. Thank you. Thank you so much. Hi, Ayash. Welcome in. Welcome in. Hope y'all are doing good. Wait. No. Yeah, that's the ticket. I mean, hopefully. Runstoons from the river shore. Yeah, exactly. Runstoons. Making rocks? Yeah, just making little piles of rocks. I'm making piles of resources today. I've been making all of this stuff. Piles of wood right here. Piles of grass and other stuff. And, you know, crops. But I don't like these so very much. I'll have to redo them at some point. Piles of fish right here. And I'm making piles of rocks. No, that looks even worse. Okay, I'll just drop it. It's fine. Basically, sorcery is hoarding. Yeah, I'm totally hoarding. Yeah, I tend to do that a lot in games. That is true. I'm a bit of a hoarder in games. I can't deny it. Let's paint these. I also want to paint this, but for different reasons. Yeah, that'll do. Let's paint all of these with the colors. I'll have to do some color variation. If the stones were varied in color, because they usually are, right? No stone is going to have the same exact color for everything. I'm just using this because I don't have a lot of grays to work with, so it's kind of hard. But eventually I'll tackle that. So, given that, let me put this one. I should put line art on this. What am I doing? You forgot to make piles of piles? Yeah, I need to make piles of piles at some point. It's true. I need to make line arts on this stuff. Otherwise, I don't think it'll look very good. Unfortunately. That'll do. That'll do. By the way, is there any React Native dev in the chat? Do you suggest a practical project that I can see as a reference? I want to connect my shaders for photo processing and Rust code to a mobile app that works on both iOS and Android. I think I can achieve that with React Native, but I'm not finding any good resource so far. Ah, okay. Unfortunately, I have no idea. I've never touched any of that stuff, so so unfortunately, I can't help with that. But maybe someone in chat will? Maybe. Chiefs of grain are usually left standing upright for better dehydration. That's true. Maybe I should do that. Yeah. Maybe I should try to make them upright instead of... Because I was trying to simulate that bit when they just get cut off and they fall to the floor, right? But yeah, maybe making them upright would probably help. That is true. Yeah. I also hoard in games that I'm always over encumbered in Skyrim or Fallout. Yeah, I do that all the time. That is my life in RPGs is being encumbered. So I totally feel you there. For sure. For sure. If you consider using sharp edges on rocks in outline, I probably should do that. Yeah, yeah. I probably, in some cases, in some instances, that might be a good thing to do for sure. But these stones, I kind of I want them to look more weathered in a way. I don't want them to look too sharp. Some of them are, like this one is clearly very sharp, right? So having this bit here in the corner, you know, that works, right? But for most of them, you know, I want to have them be a bit more, a bit less edgy. Let's call it that. You might be too big for this. Okay, give me this one. Put it right here. No, wait. You go right here. Although, no. You need to be smaller. Can I make you smaller? No one likes edgy rocks. I mean, some edgy rocks are cool, right? Edgy rocks for axes and other such implements. Yeah, those are fine. You know, they have to be sharp. Otherwise, you won't cut them trees. You know? Too tall. Now I got the reverse problem now. Are you kidding me? Give me a second. I'm gonna try to make that a little less tall. You specifically. Come here. That'll do. I think that'll do. These are the free rocks that went to fight for freedom, and there are the edgy ones that said it doesn't matter. Yeah, exactly. The edgy ones were the ones that stayed at home. For sure. For sure. Let's see. Now I can put you here. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Put this one here. Like, no, wait. Put this one in the front. That's right. So this one goes to the back. Like so. Like that. This one goes over here in the front. Like that. That looks kind of funky. Wait a minute. Maybe I'll just... Okay, hold on. This one here. This one here. And then for the last bit of the pile... Where is it? I think it's this one, right? I wanted to put this one on the top. There you go. I mean, I've seen worse. Let's just put it that way. It looks kind of funky though. Let me see here. It looks okay. I should This one works a bit better, I feel. Yinty! Hello, hello. I hope you're doing good. Hello, hello. How do you do? How are things? I hope everything is good. Hello, hello. Sorry, I'm just closing a bunch of stuff. I was just looking at it. I have so many tabs open. Okay, I think this looks fine. I mean, it's not perfect, but I think I can, yeah. I see you got more pixel art games on itch. Are you reusing sprites from the games you've already made? No. Those sprites, that pixel art is very old and not indicative of my current skill level. Let's just put it that way. So no. I mean, no, the summit is okay, right? But there's still a few things off about it. The main character in the summit, for example, is pretty good. I do like it, but the characters on this one are smaller, way smaller. Actually, I think I have a comparison chart here somewhere. Where are you? I think this is it. Yeah, she's right here, I think, somewhere. Yeah, here she is. So you can see this is the character from that game, and this is the character. Well, it's not like this anymore. You know, it's more like this thing. But you can see that there's a bit of a difference there. Oh, let me get. Yeah, here it is. Ah. I'm going all over the place. Yeah, but you can see the difference right here. It's definitely, it's different. And it's a different style too, you know? But yeah. I do still like this though. But it's a pain to animate. It's too many pixels. It's a lot of work. At least these shorter ones are easier to do, right? But this size of character is actually, you know, it's nice. I do like it. It looks very cute, but it's a big problem to animate and do all that stuff. Yeah. I do like these. I think these look okay. Yeah, I think these can work. I might need to tweak it a bit. But I'm not terribly unhappy with it. Yeah. Looking back at your own work is always a trip. Oh yeah. I mean, I can show you right now, even in that file, you know, I've had other stuff. I did a fan art at FTL once. Where is it? Here it is. Look at these characters, dude. They are so spindly. Ugh. Nowadays, I can do better than that. You know? I'm still, you know, for what I did, the kind of skill I had at the time, this was pretty good back then. Right? But, yeah, this was a long time ago. Nowadays, I definitely do other stuff. Or I make it slightly differently, you know. It's just that. Yeah, but I don't dislike these. I might review them later, but as it stands, I like this one more though. Definitely this one over this one. I think it has a more it has a better shape language, basically. Yep. But yeah, it's not that bad. Not that bad at all. Could do with a bit of tweaking maybe later down the line, but yeah, for now, I think this is good enough. All right. I think I'm gonna stop for today because it is a little late and I still need to get dinner done and everything. But I am going to find a cool person to raid. Thank you so much for the follow, Yinti. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, let me see. Who are we are raiding today? Who is that going to be? Who is the lucky person? Who is up right now? Ooh. Hold up. I don't think we've rated 2 nerdy nerds in a while, have we? I don't think we did. I don't remember the last time I rated them. So I guess that's what we're doing. It's 2 nerdy nerds time. Plus they've only started 30 minutes ago. Perfect. That's actually pretty perfect. All right. Let's go. Oh, Mr. Deep Boy, welcome in, welcome in. You're welcome. Thank you so much. Who was that Pokemon? Who is just a cylinder dino or something? Looks like you're gonna pop out of those. What, the Diglett? Heck yeah, nerdy nerds, let's go. Yeah, 2 nerdy nerds. Hi, Mateos, welcome, welcome. I was watching their stream a few minutes ago. Ah, I see. Well, yeah. Now you won't have to choose. Now you can just, you know, we can just go to them. All right, let's raid out. Raid 2 nerdy nerds. Go. There we go. Yeah. We're doing it. We're doing a thing. Thank you so much, Juan. Thank you so much for being here. Yeah, I mean, I'll be quite honest. I wasn't expecting to be able to do so much today. I was expecting getting hung up on a lot of stuff and not being able to do a lot of this. But I'm actually quite happy with how things turned out. You know, still a lot to do. Still a few things to work out, especially in this area. But yeah, for the rest of it, you know, the fish and everything, the rocks, I think it looks okay. Sure, I might tweak it a bit later. Also the wood logs too. I don't know. We'll see. I'm kind of happy with it, but you know, in game it's going to be a different thing. We'll see. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, that's going to be it for today. I am going to do some research this weekend, hopefully, and hopefully next week I'll try out some new colors or, you know, a few different techniques maybe, or even program. I need to program the game. I need to add stuff to the game, so we'll see. But yeah, thank you so much for being here, everybody. I do appreciate it. Whether you're looking or chatting or anything in between, I'll see you on Tuesday for the next stream, because I only stream on Tuesday now. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. Have a great weekend. Bye, everybody.